What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We're alive! It's time to stream again. I feel like I could sing the national anthem at a baseball game. Nah, it's not true. I'd forget the words. How you doing, everybody? Hope you had a nice weekend plus. We're gonna play some Crusader Kings 3 today for at least a little while and see what's going on there. There's a new DLC. The national anthem has words? I think it's just a bunch of fireworks going off. Anyway, we had some extra time. We had some time to ourselves. I didn't want to stream until I had something worth doing. And I don't know that this is gonna be it, but it was enough to bring me out of retirement. And we're gonna give it some time today in the spotlight and see what it's Legends of the Dead, I think? Legends of the Dead, yes. It's like a $20 DLC. It's about the plague. It's about multiple plagues. And also about legends. It's right there on the tin. It says it all. But yeah, last week, well, just in general, I am very much in a state of, I think the simplest way to put it is, all of the games that I want to play are not games that I want to stream. This week, that will change somewhat, because I'm very, very interested in the new Hearts of Iron DLC that's coming out. Which is weird that that's releasing the same week as the Crusader Kings DLC. And I'm kind of at like I feel very passionate, like if I was doing a survey, if chat was giving me a survey and it said, how likely are you to recommend Crusader Kings 3 to your friends? I'd be like, it's like right down the middle. You know, it would be like 3 out of 5. If it were like, how likely are you to recommend Hearts of Iron 4 to your friends? It'd be like 5, just max. Get it all. By the way, finally got the t-shirt. I'm ready to burn the city down. Finally actually wearing the t-shirt that I got for Christmas for the first time. Only took me, this is standard how I operate. It's March. This is true. I was just moving the t-shirt back and forth because I don't know if you were in the subathon, you probably saw me put it over my chair when I went to sleep, and I would just move it from here to over here like every single day for almost 2 to 3 months. Because that was somehow easier than just washing it. So Alice washed it for me. Finally, she was just like, give me the stupid t-shirt. It's not stupid, but give me the shirt. And now I'm wearing it. Because I can't take care of myself, apparently. But yeah, we're going to Night City, Samurai. To the mean streets of CK3 today. And I'm not like 100% committed. Like when we did, okay, I'm trying to set the stage so you understand where I'm coming from here. When we did the Persian DLC, I kind of had an objective. It was like the Iberian Intermezzo. I want to win. I want to beat that. There's a victory condition. So I had a goal. And ironically, I think I crave goals in the sandbox structure of Crusader Kings, which Yes, you can do like achievement hunting, but that's not enough for me. I think achievement hunting is good for a lot of people. So we're just gonna kind of like hang out, start a new save, see what happens, you know, and just I'm gonna give Crusader Kings 3 the opportunity to grab me and be like, you're having fun. Don't you want to do this again? You know, I'm just gonna give it a chance. Because I'm not fully passionate about it, but also I want to stream because I'm tired of not streaming. Somebody asked how my time off was. It was good if I can look past the overwhelming guilt that content creators experience when they are not streaming or making videos. So that aside, it was very refreshing and a lot of fun to do nothing. I did a lot of nothing. I watched movies. Chat, we have to talk. Because I have now seen Dune 1. That's right, I watched frickin' Dune, finally. In my time off. Long have we waited. I've seen Dunk. I'm planning on going to see Dune 2 sometime this week. How do you guys have the, like, typeface? Ready to go for that. Anyway, no spoilers. I don't even know how to spoil it. It's a very ethereal thing. Spoilers, there is a desert. And lots of sand. Everyone seems to really like the second Dune. Including my cousin was like, it was amazing. You should check it out. People in chat are enraptured by it. Anyway, my thoughts on Dune. It was a very good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. I like Denis. I like all of his past movies that I've seen. I haven't seen his full catalog. Let me see. I'm going to his director page. I'll tell you what I haven't seen. Alright, out of what he's directed, I have seen Prisoners. I haven't seen his old stuff. I'm not sure how to watch his old stuff. I haven't seen anything past Prisoners. I don't think I saw Enemy, but Jake Gyllenhaal movies circa 2010s all run together for me. So I may have. I've seen Sicario, I've seen Arrival, I've seen Blade Runner 2049, and now I've seen Dune. So Enemy might be the only one that I haven't seen from his early 2010s and on. Okay? And of those, it would be tough to rank them. I think. I will tell you that I have a slightly controversial opinion in that I think Prisoners is the worst of those. I saw that in theaters, and I did not like it in theaters. That one is given very high marks by a lot of people, if not the majority of people, and I thought it was just a bad movie. It was full of inconsistencies, plot holes, things that broke my suspension of disbelief, characters acting completely irrationally, and I think a basic premise of a movie that was stretched out way past the amount of story and interest that it was capable of maintaining. Where it's basically like a dude loses his daughter or something, and then he's like, the authorities can't handle this, I'm gonna handle it, and then goes crazy. So I think the premise is okay, like crossing the line kind of a deal. Dude's crossing the line, but it just, I didn't like it. Anyway, I would probably put, I enjoyed Arrival more than Sicario, but Sicario is probably the better like film, if that makes sense. Sicario is like a better film, but a less enjoyable movie. I would actually, for me personally, I might put Blade. Okay, chat. This is where we get to. This is where we get in. It's tough to rank Dune versus Arrival because Dune is part 1. It's like I feel like I need to see part 2. And I'm glad that I waited until now to watch Dune, because when we finish the movie, the credits are rolling, and I'm like, where's the rest of it? Dune 1 is like, I had to get up to go to the bathroom at the wrong time in the movie theater and came back and the credits were rolling. You know what I mean? Like, did I go through a time portal? Like, it is, I think, of any of the part 1 movies I've ever seen, including like Harry Potter. I don't think I saw like a Twilight movies with a part 1. Like which other movies have been split into multiple parts that are famous? But yeah, I don't count The Hobbit. I don't think The Lord of the Rings either, because those are separate books, whereas Dune is literally split up one book. The Fellowship of the Ring is just a book, and it has an act-based structure that gives you some closure at the end. Whereas it doesn't feel like a cliffhanger at the end of Dune, but it feels like I am missing the fulfillment that I get from watching a complete story take place. Does that make sense? It feels like we got tired and had to go to bed and decided to finish the movie the next day. You know what I mean? It ends unsatisfyingly. It just kind of stops. What's there is very like fun to watch, very visually stimulating. It looks great. I like the pacing of the camera. It's a very patient movie. Has a lot of good setup. Visual aesthetic is wonderful. But as just a movie, I would have to say that I would put Blade Runner 2049 at the top, then Arrival, then Dune. Okay? Just by, like, if I have to take it as a standalone movie, having not seen Dune 2, that would be my ranking. It was still a very good movie. But as far as how I felt after it was done, and like how I remember it, Blade Runner 2049 for me is peak, and I can't help it. Arrival is the kind of movie I don't really want to watch 5 times, but the first watch I was enthralled. And then Dune, I was like, this is very good. But because I haven't seen part 2, I'm left unfulfilled, and therefore you get like a IGN 8.5 out of 10, which is still really good, chat. I liked it, and I'm glad that I own it on 4K, and I'll probably watch it again. But I'm not on board the like, my life for the sandworms train, if that makes sense. It didn't change the way that I think about media, like it seems like some of you have. Have you seen the new Dunk survival game? I watched the trailer today. I'd like to see actual gameplay, because I have my doubts about any game that bills itself as a survival open world MMO. I have a mountain of doubts for that. Dune 2 is almost perfect. Arrival actually gets better with repeat viewings. Yeah, I think I'd enjoy watching Arrival again. No, I'm gonna go see Dune 2 in theaters. I'm gonna see 2 in theaters. I gotta look at the schedule before it leaves, because movies leave the theater faster than ever nowadays. It's almost certainly just gonna be Conan Exiles, but with the Dunk setting, probably. Because like the trailer looked pretty good. It's just not gameplay, so I'm not gonna get any hopes up. But no, I'm not gonna wait years. I'm really glad that I waited on part 1 though, because now I know all the lore. I know who the Harkonnens are. Okay, I know who House Atreides is. All right. What's weird is about Dune, since we're on the tangent anyways at the beginning of the stream. What's weird is if you're immersed in internet culture and nerd culture, I had so much approximate knowledge of Dune and everything in it that there was like only 1/3 of the movie was stuff I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like 2/3 was like, okay, yeah, I understand. And so in that sense, it was pushing the boundaries of even my patience, because if I didn't know anything about Dune, it would have been so much more fascinating than the fact that I already know, to some extent, where the story is going. I already know because of the internet. So it's tough, because the other part is this book from like the 1960s has influenced so much sci-fi now that things that are canon in the books and not changed for the movie, like it just was that way in the books, have been imitated by so many other properties, including Warhammer 40K and many more, that it's tough to be like, this thing that's happening is not a trope. It was created before it was a trope. So it was difficult to separate some of those things. Like, for example, there's a scene that is irrelevant to the plot, where there is like a... So it's therefore not a spoiler. Where there's two people sparring. And they do the classic, like, I have you. And the other guy's like, look down. We would have joined each other together in death. And I've seen that 50 times in other properties. Maybe that was the first one, right? Man, like, I don't know. Maybe Dune did it first. So I'm like rolling my eyes watching the movie, but it's tough to distinguish whether I should be. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, yeah, this thing again. And stuff like that happens probably like half a dozen times, where it's like now a trope, but maybe Dune did it first, and I'm just not sure, since it was written like over half a century ago, which is insane. You fool, I am the trope. I had the same feeling when I watched Akira for the first time in 2022. I still haven't seen Akira. I didn't come here to feel old. Well, you should every day anyways, when you look in the mirror, because I do. Perils of adapting a foundational sci-fi work. It was a beautiful movie, though. Like, it was just fun to watch. I think that the height of Dune was, first of all, casting. The casting was great. I didn't have any problem remembering which character was which and who was who. Also, I had just got done. We watched very recently, maybe it was last week, we finished Mission Impossible Fallout. So we just watched Mission Impossible Rogue Nation and Mission Impossible Fallout, which both have Rebecca Ferguson in it. And Rebecca Ferguson is in Dune, and so it was really uncanny for a second just being like, the secret agent is in a completely different environment, but she did so well. Like, the character was completely different. A lot more range in Dune. So I thought the acting was good. I think that the subterfuge, they set up the political factions pretty well. I like the the casting for God, what's his name? Hold on. I want to make sure I say the right dude. It took me a minute to recognize Javier Bardem. I didn't know he was in it because I didn't study the casting. I really liked Javier Bardem because normally Javier Bardem is just Javier Bardem in every movie, but he felt like a different guy in this one, so that was nice. Jason Momoa is kind of just always Jason Momoa, though, and there's nothing he can do about that. I thought that the best cast was actually Stellan Skarsgård as Baron Harkonnen. I thought Baron Harkonnen was my favorite. He was just a great guy to hate, and Stellan Skarsgård is awesome. So the casting was phenomenal for this. I think Dave Bautista was only barely in it a little bit. He was fine. But yeah, Stellan Skarsgård is the highlight for me. I think Timothée Chalamet did good too. I think he did good, but Rebecca Ferguson was definitely a standout. But anyway, the weakest point, now that I said the strongest point, I'm trying to make a compliment sandwich. The action. Dune is like a action trilogy thing. And every time there was any combat whatsoever, I was ready to move on. If there was any fighting, I was ready to go to the next scene. Because the problem is Denis, his director style is he directs the cinematographer to have a very steady camera. But if you have a super steady camera, you have to have fantastic choreography. And the choreography fell flat, I think. Like, I'm talking about the hand-to-hand fighting. And I think that they did the best as they could with the shield technology lore, but I thought that it is ironically one of the things that held up the least from the original Dune, and is also going to hold up the worst from the modern Dune. I think when we look back in another 10, 20 years, again, the shield fighting is going to be like, especially, I love how it's color-coded. Like, green means go, red means stop. No, it's like all their shields are like, okay, the shield's working because it's blue, but now it's red. That's dangerous. And you have to, like, show that to the dumbass audience instead of trusting them to understand the difference between the two. Like, that made me laugh every time. But also, there's like a hallway fight scene. I'm like, okay, the fight that involves Duncan, Idaho was really bad and boring. And again, the trope that maybe isn't a trope. Dune may have been the first one to do. I don't want to say, but how that fight resolves is probably, maybe Dune was the first one to do that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Vin, you know what I'm saying, dude? Just agree with me. Vin Raiders, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Raiders? Salute! From Can West, Ashu Uzumaki, Neo Wanderer, what's up? Draconic, how's it going? Hey guys, thanks so much for the raid. We're about to start playing the Crusader Kings 3 with a new start. I just had some days off, and I watched a bunch of TV and movies, and my chat has been demanding that I watch Dune since it came out. So I finally watched Dune, so I was given my review. We talking about Dune. I gotta watch Dune 2 in theaters. But anyway, what's up, dudes? Haven't caught the new one yet? Yeah, me neither. I'm gonna go see the new one in theaters. Thanks so much for the raid, Raiders. Finn, you've been playing Supermarket Simulator, have you not? You have been playing Supermarket Simulator, yeah. I got to watch a little bit of that yesterday, actually, when you discovered that you put your checkout registers too close to both one another and the wall, and your customers were queuing through the wall and also through the registers. I think I came in toward the end of the stream. But if you're my chat, if you're in my beginning of stream chat, give Finn a follow. It's wildly dumb, and I love it. Just like this stream. But you'll feel right at home over there, chat. But Finn's going to be streaming again tomorrow. An early boy. Understandable, because babies... You know what? Your stream schedule is probably good for having a babu. Because now you get to be awake super early anyways. And then you're just like, well, I may as well start the stream now, right? But I hope the fam's good, dude. And thanks for coming over. But anyway, yeah, we got Crusader Kings 3 DLC to check out today. It's a plague DLC. It's about disease and pestilence. Yeah, we're going to make babies in the game. It's a little different. Works a little differently there. He woke up at 4 a.m. talking up a storm. Just having a conversation with himself. You know, got to keep himself entertained. Also, what's up, beginning stream subs? Hello, D. Gatsby. What up, Rain says hi. Thanks, Rain. Welcome back. Choop Noble says go home in 2 weeks for 10 days for the B-Day. Just got to survive until then. You'll make it. You got this. Illard, thanks for 43 months. Welcome aboard. Feng Shui, thanks for gifting us up the golden apples. Hello, just some old guy for over 3 years. Coob is high-fiving everybody in chat. What's up, Uncle Owen Rip? I just want everyone to know I am here. We know. We know. Thanks, Squiglets, for 14 months. Hello, Trolls. Thanks for the tier 1. What's up, Xenophanes? Waving at chat. Welcome back, Miss Lissaday. Thanks for subbing. Hello, Aranor. This is not like Star Sector, no. Salty Bread Fairy says this may not be the DLC I was hyped for, but I'm hoping it's good. Can't wait for the Landless Loser DLC. What DLC are you waiting for? You want to be a Hedge Knight? You could do that, probably, with mods. Illegal Waffles, thank you for 19 months. And also the Floofening for 2 years of Etal Scrim. Into the Void. Screaming into the void. Thanks to Floofening. Cobra Blue for 66 months. What up? El Dorito, thanks for priming. Appreciate the 30 days of caretaking of your prime. And Celery Sticks, thanks for almost 2 years. Yo. This is the Dune movie review segment. Yeah. Dune movie review segment. I watched a bunch of TV and movies. And also played some video games. I started some Last Epoch with Alice just to check it out. Now that the servers are mostly working, seems like. We're still babies though. I have like a level, I don't know, like 15, 17 or something. Not very far. I was trying to get into the lore, but unfortunately the story is sort of just gibberish. But the gameplay seems interesting. There's so many systems. It's just like they just keep unveiling new systems. There's like you gotta know what idols do. Every single ability has an ability tree. You got passive trees, and you can get any of the passives on the left side of your mastery, but only the passives on the right side of the mastery of your choice. And then to get those, you need to put the passive points in order to move the meter so that you can get the abilities. So I'm still trying to like chew through the systems at the beginning. And that's without even looking at itemization. So it seems like there's a lot of stuff to do. Which is exactly what I wanted. Something to do for fun that me and Alice can just do some co-op. Where's the game, chat? Where's the game? Okay. There it is. This is not who we're going to be playing as today. This is our last save where we won the Iranian Intermezzo on like the last DLC, which was November. I think we finished this campaign in November. It was a while ago. But anyway, Raiders, we just got started, so I'll take good care of you if you're hanging out, or if you got somewhere to go. Thanks for dropping by, saying hi. We are going to play some CK3. But thanks again, Vin. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Thanks for coming by. Hope streams have been good. Sell me on Shogun. I keep hearing people say it's good, but nothing about why. Don't get me started, dude. Don't get me started on Shogun. Or are we just gonna do like a journal of all of the things I consumed over the last week? Review them and then start Crusader games. My book report. Okay, Shogun is. There's a new episode today. So we're only 2 episodes in, and I think new episodes today. Episode 3 out of 10. I believe it's a mini series. So what I'm about to say is only based on having seen 2 episodes out of a 10 episode series. It is the single best TV show I have seen since The Last of Us, which is the single best TV show I have seen since, I don't know. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. Personal 10 out of 10. I am very passionate about it after only 2 episodes. It did not take long for me. Severance was good, but I wasn't passionate about Severance until like 2 episodes before it was over. Where is it streaming? Okay, the single best TV show that's out right now is streaming on the single worst streaming service, which is Hulu, which I am ready to crusade against because Hulu is a piece of shit. And everything about it sucks and I hate it. And I almost subscribed to like a separate cable service just so that I could get FX and then watch through FX instead. Because Hulu was trying its damnedest to keep me from watching this peak television show. I cannot understate my miserable experience with Hulu. Number one, I tried it on my PS5, right? Because why do you have a PlayStation 5 if not to just be a glorified Fire Stick? You know, it just has, it doesn't have any video games. It just has streaming things on it. So I turned on my PS5, and then Hulu was rapidly getting more and fewer pixels every less than 5 seconds. Like I would say about 5 seconds would go by and it would go to like 480p. 5 seconds would go by, it'd go back to 4K. 5 seconds go by, back to 480p. And it would just keep dropping and raising quality over and over and over again. Presumably because, you remember the old days when you could just pause a stream of a like Netflix show and it would buffer a bunch of time? And you could just be like, okay, my internet, it's having a connection problem, but it's okay. I can just pause and it'll buffer like 20 minutes of the show. You can't do that anymore. Now it's only loading like 5 seconds at a time. So if there's any instability, my connection was flawless. There was no problem with my connection. You know why? Because I'm watching HBO Max at 4K with no problems whatsoever because the app actually works. And so Hulu is just constantly shifting quality. So, okay, fine. PS5 is out. That's okay. My TV has an app too. So I turn on the TV app, log into Hulu, try to watch Shogun. Now keep in mind, due to troubleshooting, we have seen the first 2 to 3 minutes of Shogun episode 1 like 3 or 4 times at this point. We're gonna watch it a 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th time because now when I'm on my TV version of the app, it doesn't just go dilate between HD and standard definition, it also starts stuttering. So the frame rate dips down to like 10 FPS every 5 seconds while it is transitioning between high definition and standard definition. So people are walking and they're like that when they're trying to move around and it's unwatchable. And I'm like, maybe if I just give it like 5 minutes, it'll fix itself. No, it just keeps going. Just stuttering, motion, interpolation, I don't know what to call it. All right, so the TV app doesn't work. Now I'm desperate. Get the laptop. We're gonna hook the laptop up with an HDMI to the TV. I don't care if the quality is not true 4K. At this point, I just want it to be the same quality and smooth so I can watch it the whole time. So on the laptop in the same room with Wi-Fi, it actually ran without changing resolution. However, the subtitles are broken. And the subtitles do this thing where if you turn subs on, by the way, like 75% of the show is in Japanese. all of the Portuguese-speaking characters speak English for the audience, but all the Japanese characters speak actual Japanese, and they're Japanese actors and actresses. So like 75% of it's in Japanese. And then the 25% that is in English, I want subtitled because me and Alice watch subtitles now. And have for a long time. The problem is, the subtitles work, but if a horse like neighs, it'll be like, horse neighs. And then it won't go away until the next person speaks that requires subtitles. So if the horse neighs, and then they go speak Japanese for the next 10 minutes, it just says horse neighs at the bottom of the screen the entire time until someone else speaks in English or makes a noise. So it would just have these like random ass subtitles at the bottom of the screen for like minutes at a time. And I was finally like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna watch horse neighs the entire time because at least the video is smooth and not visually distracting me. I just look up, I guess. And there was no functioning version of the Hulu app. Anyway, I'm done. That's it. Hulu is garbage on every platform. I've tried 3 different platforms. I'm about to hook up the PlayStation 4 and see if Hulu will work on the PS4. I wish more services would offer English subs without hearing impaired subs. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't take that much work to make 2 different types of subs. You can have both. That way people who are hearing impaired can watch the full subbed version, and then people who just want the dialogue can watch the dialogue version. Like, the subtitles have got to be incredibly popular for a way to watch this, and everybody struggles with it. I don't know why making subtitles is so hard. But yeah, I've gotten used to watching with subtitles now. I will still watch anime dubbed with subtitles of the dub. FYI. Lots of places are switching to AI subtitles. Yeah, gotta save money however you can, dude. Okay, I say all that to say that Shogun was worth fighting Hulu to consume because I am enamored with it, and I'm gonna be watching the new episode like as soon as possible tonight. It was, to me, as close to a perfect first 2 episodes of a TV show as I could imagine. Now, I already do have an interest in the era and the time frame of like what 1600s Japan and the mingling of effectively the European forces and traders and stuff with what is a isolationist country. There's already a lot of that samurai and everything going on. What anime? It's not an anime. It's a live action TV show called Shogun on FX, and that's why the Hulu rant started. It's a live action TV show. It's got the best costumes, the finest sets, the CG of like the glory of the Empire was very good. It is definitely not a show to watch with your parents. And I've seen a lot of people sort of disagreeing with what I'm about to say, but I'm a person who I believe that this is the parts that I liked out of Game of Thrones. People are like, it's not like Game of Thrones. It's more dialogue focused and politics. It's like, yes! That's what Game of Thrones was! For like the good seasons. You just remember how it ended the final 3 seasons. It's basically like, it feels like Game of Thrones seasons 1 and seasons 2, and then maybe parts of 3. That's how it feels to me watching. It's got factions, it's got everybody, all the pieces being set up to collide with one another. There's already like spies and traitors and intrigue, and you got the different daimyo factions, I guess, and then the Portuguese, and it's got an interesting mix of politics, religion, and fictional history. Historical fiction, I guess, would be how it would the right word. And the cast and the actors are really good, with, I think, initially compelling stories. Highly recommended. Please watch. Wait until he finds out it's based on a book series. I already not only know it's based on a book series, but I know that it's not even the first book in the series. It's just chronologically the first. I believe it's actually the third book written by the author. And they've made this into a TV show first, probably because it takes place in 1600 chronologically before the other books, even though it was written after. And I'm not sure that they're going to adapt any of the other books. I would almost prefer to see how this goes, because I think it's a mini-series of 10 episodes, and then I want to see if they, like, if it's successful what they do. But anyway, being based on a book is the only way to make good media. Chat, real talk. What was the last TV show or movie you watched that you would consider like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece that wasn't based on a book or previous property? Breaking Bad. Okay, so that's like, when did Breaking Bad even finish? That's so, chat, it's so sad that you've been deprived for over a decade. 2013. Whew. True Detective Season 1. The Expanse is based on a book series. Mr. Robot? Okay, Mr. Robot is fair. I'll accept Breaking Bad. I'll also accept Severance, even though I disagree that it was a 10 out of 10, because you can't be... Severance is a 10 out of 10 if Dune 1 is a 10 out of 10. It needs the entire rest of the show to be made for me to judge that. Because right now, Severance may as well be Lost Season 3. I bailed on Severance. It takes a while to get going, yeah. But it's really good by the end. Barry? No. Barry jumps the shark after the first season. Barry was like, I didn't even watch the whole thing because they got nervous that they made a character that people liked and identified with who happened to be a serial murderer. And then we're like, uh-oh, we need to make this show shitty now so that these people stop being weird and maybe blame us when something crazy happens. So they like hit the brakes hard and went in a completely different direction. Yeah, like season 1's okay. Ted Lasso. You need to watch past season 1. I would have agreed with you if there was only one season. You think Stranger Things is a 10 out of 10? The whole show. I'll accept Peaky Blinders. Fair. Anyway, watch Shogun, chat. There's it's difficult. It's just a bunch of, if your favorite parts of drama is like pointed dialogue, like meaningful dialogue, not a lot of meaningless exposition where they like take a character aside and go like, okay, come over here. You don't understand. I'm gonna start talking, and you're gonna imagine a map in the background. And in that map, I'm gonna show you how everything is divided, and we're gonna talk like this for 10 minutes. It kind of like assumes the audience is smart enough to keep up with what's happening. Watch Shogun, but not on Hulu Plus. What's Hulu Plus? Is that the one with ads? The people who made Peaky Blinders recently made Great Expectations, and it was terrible. I don't even know what that is. I haven't even finished Peaky Blinders. Current Shogun is another example of Hollywood having no new ideas. Okay, number one, I don't know what you're talking about because the show was shot in Canada. I don't think it has anything to do with Hollywood. Number two, it's historical fiction. History has no new ideas is a crazy, wild statement. Like, history is old. That's not what he said. He said current Shogun is proof that Hollywood is out of ideas. I just got done defending the fact that every good property is based on an existing property. There are no good original properties except once every 5 years. And the rest of the good ones are already like The Last of Us TV show, based on a video game. Shogun, based on a book series. Like all of the Dune, based on a book. Like all of the things that are, I think, peak content right now are based on existing things because humans are people of iteration, not a people of unique ideas. Everything has already been done. Now all we can do is refine it and assemble it and amass it into something new that seems new. All right, this same chatter just said there are a lot of books. Maybe try to pick a new one to base a new series on. Bro, it was 1980. It's been 44 years. Like 80% of chat wasn't even born. I wasn't born. What are you talking about? Nuh-uh, 1980 is like 20 years ago. 2000s brain. Old chat coping. Old chat coping hard, yeah. Like, okay, I'm gonna make an ultimatum and say that any property that hasn't been adapted in 40 or more years is fair game, bro. Okay? Like, pray they don't remake The Lord of the Rings is what you should be praying for. Anything that's 40 years or older is good to go. That's the, like, copyright moratorium. It will happen in our lifetime for sure. Yeah, I think it will. I saw them wanting to remake American Psycho. Yes, they do. They also made a Dune already, and we made a new one. And let me tell you, the new one is just better in every way. I'm sorry to Patrick Stewart. I apologize to Patrick Stewart in particular, but it ain't good. Apologize to David Lynch now. When was David Lynch Dune? Was 1984, yeah. That's crazy. David Lynch hates the old movie. I'm not surprised. It's difficult to I think even Denis Is it Villanueva? I don't know how to Villanueva. I don't know how to say his name. I apologize. Anyway, he said that he really doesn't like or ever want to do anything like Blade Runner 2049 again. I think he hates creating new content in existing zeitgeist. Villeneuve, French style. Okay, gotcha. We need to hear Google. I think he doesn't mind adapting things, but I think he still has like nightmares about directing Blade Runner 2049. Which apparently the hardcore fan base is very divided on. Even though everyone at large highly regards the new I thought Blade Runner is like a 10 out of 10. For me personally, it's kind of like Blade Runner is to 2049 for me what Mad Max is to Mad Max Fury Road. Like, I never want to watch the original Mad Max again. I'm sorry. I know it's a classic. I'm glad that I did watch it once, but I only endured it to get to Fury Road, and I'm not going to apologize for that. What about Mad Max 2? All the Mad Maxes before Fury Road are difficult to watch in the 2020s. And if you say otherwise, you got boomer glasses on. Because I have watched them all. I did my homework for Fury Road. And when I watched Fury Road, I was glad that I watched them, but they're just kind of boring-ass movies. With head-scratching action scenes. Chat ready to cut Etel's mic. The first Blade Runner was far and away better than any Mad Max that came before Fury Road. That being said, the first Blade Runner also likewise is like watching... It's like watching someone else tell you about their dream, which is fitting especially for Blade Runner, given its history with the director's cut. But Mad Max 1 especially is like watching someone tell you about their dream. It just doesn't... There is no segue between events. It's kind of just a bunch of unrelated scenes packed in together. Mad Max 2 is better. Because there's at least a narrative through line. But it's rough. What's up, Dirk? Thanks for 63 months, dude. Chad, I've been gone for too long. We have an hour intro today. That's how you know what? It took too much time off. Hello, Dirk. Thank you for 63 months. What's up, Mostly Lost, who says, E? What's up, dude? Zaya says, howdy for 29 months. Howdy yourself. Altager, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Very nice of you. Mountain Biker, welcome back. What up, dude? War of the Worlds, thanks for the gift sub. Enjoy Eric85. And hello, Winter Rose. And Mad Dog Mac with a lamp. And Supernova. And ZZ Smooth. And then D Gatsby came in after Vin. What's up? Jay. Not even at the character creator yet. Yeah. I don't know. It's either talk about stuff now at the beginning or just randomly go on an hour-long rant in the middle of the stream. Those are my two options. Why not both? I mean, I could do both. When does the new episode of Shogun premiere? Yeah. Wait, is it tomorrow? Was it? I thought it was Monday. What's today? Today is Monday. No, it's Tuesdays. Damn it. It's tomorrow. Tuesday. Wait. Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. ET/PT. Wait, hold up. What? Plus, the show will also be broadcast later on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. ET/PT. They come out at different times, coast to coast? Eastern time and Pacific time? So wait, Eastern gets to watch it 3 hours before Pacific? That doesn't make any sense, right? Why? It's just the better coast. Broadcast TV used to be a thing. That's not true though. Like, I thought when Lost came out, right? That's my reference point for watching something on TV. I'm pretty sure it was airing at the same time. You just were in different time zones. Hulu says today at 9 p.m. PST. Oh, does that? Let's see. Okay, so maybe it is tonight, and the internet is wrong. It's possible that that Forbes is wrong. Okay, so it is tonight. Anyway, I am beyond hyped. And this is the kind of show I'm already sad that it's only going to be 10 episodes. Like, it goes without saying that, Chad, when was the last time you watched a movie with Hiroyuki Sanada and you were like, that wasn't a good movie? You know what I mean? What show? Shogun. Who? What do you mean? How? First of all, how dare you say who? And second of all, it's this guy. That guy. He's also, I believe, one of the producers on the show to ensure that it is as authentic as possible. I saw a lot of people being like, oh, Shogun. Oh, FX. I can't wait until they Americanize and bastardize all of this. And they actually got, like, legit Japanese producers on it to make it as authentic as possible. And it's like 75% in Japanese with subs. How did you know Reddit's voice? Yeah, Hiroyuki Sanada is in a lot of stuff. He's in a lot of things. He's all over the place. What's up, Lincolnberry? Thank you for 38 months. He was on Lost too. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that he was. Yeah, that's so funny. That's how you know it was good. Dude, that dude loves Japanese history, literature, and like historical authenticity. Anything that is like vaguely Japanese, he's ready. He was in Mortal Kombat. Yeah, he's in a ton of stuff. He's a very busy guy. He was in The Last Samurai. He was The Last Samurai, which is a common misconception. A lot of people who hate on The Last Samurai think that The Last Samurai refers to Tom Cruise. It actually doesn't. It refers to his co-star's character. Hiroyuki Sanada was whatever the name of that dude was. Was it Takamura? I think it was Takamura, right? Yeah, Ken Watanabe is great as well. I blame the posters putting Tom Cruise's face everywhere. But yeah, Last Samurai is a good movie. But misunderstood by some critics. Alright, gamers. I can only sing the praises of Shogun for so long. Dune was good too. But like for me, I'm ready for like Shogun has my full attention. I'm at a full 10 for Shogun. I'm interested enough to go to the movie theater to see Dune 2. And then somewhere all the way down here, borderline off the level, I'm gonna disappoint one chat member in particular, is Mission Impossible Fallout. Bro. I'm not going to go on a full diatribe. I'm just going to say I'll talk about it later. But for me, Mission Impossible Fallout might be the worst of the Mission Impossible movies. I would probably rather watch 2 again than Fallout. And this is someone, I am so passionate about the Mission Impossible franchise. I have rewatched all of them in release order just to go and see. I did all of that just to see Mission Impossible Fallout and the new one. And my disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined. Fallout is my favorite one, lol. Yeah. Well, that just shows the versatility of the franchise. There's something for everyone. This is my favorite segment of the stream. It's like getting the teacher riled up so they rant about their dissertation instead of starting the pop quiz. Are you guys here for the test today? Did you study last night? In my opinion, Mission Impossible Fallout is just Mission Impossible Rogue Nation 2. And it's uncanny how much they do the exact same things between the two movies. They have the same car chase sequence. They have the same motorcycle chase sequence. Okay, let me put it like this, chat. I couldn't tell in Mission Impossible Fallout which scene was the Tom Cruise stunt. You know how he does like a weird, crazy stunt that they make YouTube videos for every time there's a new Mission Impossible movie? Like, I haven't even seen the new one, but I know it's like a motorcycle jump over the Grand Canyon. I haven't even seen the movie, but I know that. The other, like in Rogue Nation, it was going to the side of like a cargo military plane, and he like actually holding on to the outside. And then the one before that was him climbing the Burj Khalifa, right? Like, I don't even know what the stunt was in Fallout. I watched the whole movie, and I was just like, oh, I guess he didn't do one this time. Like, I'm not sure which part it was. The skydive, I guess? I don't know, maybe. Maybe it was a skydive. The only thing I remember from Mission Impossible Fallout was Henry Cavill reloading his arms to fight. That's all I remember. Okay, there are two genuinely really good scenes in Mission Impossible Fallout that I think change people's brains because they're like, wow, that scene was so good that they mistakenly think the movie is good. But it's just two unrelated scenes in it, and then the rest of the movie is trash. And one scene is the bathroom fight in which Henry Cavill reloads his arms. That scene was a 10 out of 10 choreography action scene. And then the second one is like, I don't even remember, but I assume there was a second one. That's the only scene I can remember in the movie. I just watched it. The scene where they intercept Simon Lane's convoy. See, I was completely put off by the fact that Tom Cruise's character was my suspension of disbelief was ruined when, in order to prevent anyone from dying, he pushed an entire truck into a giant body of water and just assumed everyone inside was going to be able to get out with no planning. And that was him, like, being the good guy, was like, in real life, drowning 3 to 4 people, but in the movie, it's like everyone gets away. And it was just like, okay. Because at least in the water segments of past movies, they make a plan, and they show the characters are capable of doing the things, and then they do the things. This movie was way too dependent on a bunch of other people also being somehow as capable as they were. Have you considered he just didn't care? Well, the whole premise of the scene is that he is pretending to be a bad guy, and the bad guys want to kill a bunch of good guys. And he's like, we don't kill good guys. So he goes kind of rogue, not Rogue Nation, but he goes rogue, and does a different plan that avoids killing anybody. But he does so in a way that would definitely have resulted in half a dozen people dying. If bad guys could aim, which everybody in that movie is a stormtrooper, and it drives me crazy. Unless they're shooting no-name characters. Did you like the scene where they one-up each other with their double agents? Okay, Dorito, I'm gonna tell you the main reason why I didn't like the movie. Every other Mission Impossible, up to that point, for me, had pulled a fast one on me, where I'm like, oh, I didn't see that coming. I saw every twist coming. I felt like it was just an amalgamation of the previous 5 movies' twists, but like combined into one. And so I was like, basically, I didn't think Fallout was as smart as it thought it was, where every time they were about to pull a gotcha, like, you're in the hospital. On TV, here are the explosions. I was like, they're on a set. We've done this like a bunch of times. And then Tom Cruise is like, acting was bad in that scene? Like, he was acting like someone who was acting, which was weird. He's like, let me at him! Hold me back! Hold me back! I'm gonna kill this guy! Oh, I'm so mad! Ugh! And I was like, oh, hamming it up, dude. Hamming it up. E-Tel knows all the tropes. But yeah, it was just like, I think it just wasn't as smart as it thought it was, is what I would say. Like, each of the twists was very, like, a rolled up combination of all the twists they've already done, but, like, kind of over again. The tropes are pretty much the exact same in all Mission Impossible movies. I mean, no, because there's a first movie, and then there's a second movie, which introduces the masks, which they use for the rest of the franchise. So 3 is a spin on that. So previously, they'd kind of been spins on new material. Spoilers. I don't know, dude. I'm hoping that the other one is okay. Like, part 1, which another part 1 movie. I had more fun. I think Mission Impossible Fallout just jumps. Okay, Mission Impossible Fallout was like John Wick 4. to me, where they were just so wrapped up in what they thought people expected of Mission Impossible and John Wick that they have become parodies of themselves. Like, I don't think Mission Impossible was a bad movie. I just didn't enjoy it. I think it's possible to enjoy it. I didn't feel like I wasted my time, but I was also... Oh, there's a relevant YouTube video that I don't know if I could find. That was a nice, like, reason why I didn't like Mission Impossible Fallout, but, like, wrapped up in a really neat package. If you remind me, I'll find it for you later, because I don't think I can, like, find it in my watch history. It was basically to the effect that action in movies has all become stylistically the exact same. And the different types of action movies have diminished in favor of one style of action that has unfortunately become considered objectively best. And it has been distilled by effectively former stunt coordinators turned action directors. And there's a multitude of different reasons, but effectively its thesis is that action in movies now exists completely independently, more so than ever before in any point in the past, of the movies and content that it's in. So much so that you'll have these like bathroom fight scenes in Mission Impossible Fallout that don't really have any emotional stakes, but you remember them because they have cool choreography. And there's this sort of disconnect between movies that have leveraged action in the past to drive an emotional narrative, sort of being supplanted by movies now that just feel like they need to have the best, coolest choreography that all happens to look like John Wick 1, independent of any surrounding attachment to the rest of the movie. Like, they're sort of inserted randomly. Like, the movie suddenly becomes a different movie, and you're watching like a different guy's movie for like a few minutes, and then the fight scene's over, and then it kind of like, anyway. And I think they used action in Gladiator as an example, where Gladiator doesn't have like crazy choreography or like a pulled back camera to show this giant, well choreographed fight. It just has like quick, meaningful cuts that were a decision made by the director and the editor in order to make an emotional resolution or gut punch or whatever. Action scenes are like songs breaking out in musicals. Bro, are you gonna play the game? Yeah, eventually. Maybe after you follow my channel and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Because I assure you, I ain't gonna do shit for you as you currently are. Pay to play. Pay to play, yes. But in short, I think everything that I am talking about is more interesting than Crusader Kings 3. And that's not because I'm saying it. I just think that the other media that I'm talking about is more interesting to me than Crusader Kings 3. I'm just hoping that the new DLC maybe changes my mind on that. So the more that I can stall, the better. Straight to jail. Well, I mean, we just did a full playthrough in November as well. We just did a full playthrough. And, like, I still remember it. Mission Impossible 2 is one of the most unintentionally hilarious movies I've ever watched. No, yeah, Mission Impossible 2 is really funny. And that's why it's worth watching. Where are we gonna live today? Where are we gonna be? Anyway, I don't think the Crusader Kings is a bad game, or that it's uninteresting on its face. I just think it becomes less interesting when you have played it for hundreds of hours, which is any game, right? So that's not to say that I like think Crusader Kings 3 is stinky or bad. It's just I need new ways to experience it, to enjoy it, that are not mods. And to that end, the Iranian Intermezzo DLC was pretty fun. I kind of want to be like in Poland. And just like right in between all this nonsense. Because last time we were, we were in Persia. We were over here. The number of times we've actually been over here is like nothing. We've done Siberia. We've done UK. We've done Norway, Sweden. One time we did Aquitaine. That was Crusader Kings 2 though. And we've done Iberia. And did we do Africa? Maybe, I don't remember. But yeah, somewhere over here maybe. Let's see who's chilling. Mazovia, Polania, Vishtelania. Lots of different spots here. Plock. Oof. Lazy, arbitrary, and sadistic, calm, vengeful, and zealous. I like being a chieftain. I like starting as just... Oh my god, dude. Right there. Right there. That's so small. That's so tiny. Calm, temperate, and humble. Not bad. You get a health boost. Not very good dread. Humble is kind of difficult to roleplay, in my opinion. It's difficult to play a humble guy and then be like, I'm gonna expand my empire. Who's also calm and temperate. That's a little tough. Anyways, I feel obligated to say, Dorito, I don't think Fallout was a bad movie. I had my hopes up after Rogue Nation, and I think if you go back and if you just outline the major scenes of Rogue Nation and then outline the major scenes of Fallout, you will see that they are almost the same movie, except Rogue Nation is just better, in my opinion. Because it relies less on gotcha like plot twists, and it relies more on carefully choreographed set pieces. Like, I still think that the opera scene is one of the best Mission Impossible scenes in terms of how it's like orchestrated and filmed. And I can still vividly remember it. And like it moves set piece to set piece and relies on the choreography of the set pieces. Or like the underwater segment, which doesn't hold up as well just because CG has changed. But in theaters, the water vault is still super well choreographed and explained. The airplane scene is just like a good stunt that's obviously real. And the scenes are just more memorable. Because, okay, Henry Cavill, the second he came up, they made a baffling decision to forego any ambiguity on whether he's good or bad and just have a full scene that they show to the audience where he's like, yeah, so, Tom Cruise is evil, actually. Yeah, I know you didn't. No, you never heard that one before, but trust me, okay? Trust me, I'm just a guy that just showed up, part of the CIA. Tom Cruise is evil. And they're like, oh my god, Tom Cruise is evil! And then not only do they have this like shitty side plot with literally no basis, like when they were explaining why they were telling me that Tom Cruise was evil, I couldn't follow the logic. And everyone believed it. Well, not everybody, but you know, like Everyone outside was just, Source, trust me, bro. No, they don't do that in every movie. This is the first time that they made up a reason in this movie to support him being rogue. Previous movies, they were like, he's rogue because of the entire previous movies. Like, the Kremlin literally gets blown up, and it could very feasibly be their fault. Right? Like, that just makes sense to me. The whole Kremlin blows up. So, and he was there. In this movie, they're just like, I have papers that say Tom Cruise is, he's the bad guy. And it's like, he didn't even do anything. You know, he's like, I'm just here. So there was no basis to believe. So the audience is just like, well, no, he's not, number one. And number two, you're the bad guy, Henry Cavill, because you just showed me a cutaway scene of you being evil. And then you just go back to the rest of the movie, and it's like they still keep doing the will they, won't they. Is he really evil? It's like, well, you just showed me that he's evil. And now I gotta wait until the point where he inevitably betrays the main characters. So it's just kind of wasting my time. Chad, I want to be in this spot, but I don't want to be this character. And I want to... this is just like a cool little spot. But how am I going to play a humble, temperate, calm guy? No, I don't want to do ruler creator. I just want like a random guy. What about Ungvar? Ungvar is not... I want to go for Poland. So, I like starting as a single chiefdom if possible. And this one is a chiefdom, but it's... I don't like Vengeful and Calm because they overlap and cancel each other out. Arrogant, honest, and chaste. Chaste is not a good way to start. You know what? Let's just start here. See what happens. All right, game rules. Where are we going? Do I need to change anything for diseases? Minor diseases will appear as normal. Circumstance. It will begin in Central Asia in the 14th century and spread organically. No. It'll occur at a historically plausible scenario that is reactive to the current state of the game, or random. Organic feels like one of those things that sounds cool in theory, but what if it just never shows up? That's what I think is going to happen. Probably won't see it today. Unlimited frequency. Doomsday. The air is thick with miasma and the rivers run rife with corruption. Pestilence is in the very air you breathe and the water you drink. There is no respite from the eternal plague. I feel like just leave that at normal. Legend spread chance normal. That's the new other feature. Boom, boom, boom. I think it kept my settings from previous because I have random Mongols, which I still haven't really seen. It's too random, apparently. Generate families only for the AI. Random Hungarian migration. Okay, I think these are all good. The Seljuks, random. Yep. Okay, we go. That's what Dead Reckoning, why it was a good film, even if it was predictable. The pace, stunts, and cinematography were excellent. That's kind of what I want, but as like a cohesive package with more set pieces that I can remember. So I'll probably like Dead Reckoning. Or at least, I mean, I'm going to watch it. But I may as well wait for the second one to come out. Because it was really weird to put a part 1 and part 2. Like, when has Mission Impossible's plot ever necessitated, I can't wait until find out what happens in the next movie? No player error. We got to fix that. Yeah, I'm going to move the camera. Just give me a minute. Lifestyle. Yeah, I'm not married. I know. You are not employing a court physician. You can station your men-at-arms, and you can declare wars. I don't need to declare wars, but I'm going to state... We have 300 bowmen. We have a lot of bow dudes. And if you station them, we get various perks. So there's no reason not to do this. They'll get bonus attack and bonus toughness. There's no cost for this, I don't think. You're just kind of supposed to do it. No lifestyle. I'm in this picture, and I don't like it. Yeah, they've got some new things on the left-hand side. We got legends with legend seeds. Start a legend from the legend seed list below, or find an existing legend in the world you want to promote. You can hire a court chronicler to assist. All right, I'm going to be blocking some of the UI, but that's just, there's a lot of UI in this game, which wait, what are you good at? You have 16 stewardship. Okay. That's pretty good. I didn't really look at the rest of your stats. So we're going to be collecting mad taxes. And our travel speed's crazy. Poor intrigue. Dude, dumb as bricks. Learning 2. Can make money somehow. Just gets really lucky is what I'm going to go with. Incredibly lucky. Bad martial. And poor diplomacy. What a starting character this is. Okay, you've already got some perks, administrator perks. Meritocracy, you can use the claim thrown against your liege. We don't even have a liege, do we? I think we're independent, so we might get absorbed. Learn language is easier. Or faster, I should say. And domestic affairs is plus 25%. That's not useful to us at all. We have no vassals. Monthly tyranny down and vassal. Dude, you picked like the worst stats you can pick. I almost never reset perks at the beginning of a game, but this is going to be one of those times. Not one of these is useful until you get to like administrator, and even then it's not very good. All right, we're going to take 100 critical stress right at the beginning of the game to change. I've never done this before. I'm probably going to stick with wealth. Like, I could focus... It's probably better to focus on diplomacy and pick foreign affairs. The problem is I can't assign these 5 stewardship perks unless we pick this lifestyle. So, I kind of locked in here. I'd rather have good diplomacy. No, you aren't. It says you need to select a focus in this lifestyle to unlock its perks. That's what the game says. Not true. You just have to pick a focus before you spend any points. Maybe the game is wrong. All right, well, I'm just going to save first. I forgot to make this an Iron Man campaign. Just, I don't need to come up with a clever name. Jeff is about to get bonked if wrong. So I'm going to pick +3 diplomacy for foreign affairs focus. And then, yes, you can actually click the other ones contrary to the tooltip. Why would you trust the words you are reading and not us? Unfortunately, we've got all this experience going toward the wrong trees, but we are better at wealth gathering. All right, I think the only thing that we can really go for is probably architect here. That's going to have any use. Monthly income per stress is okay, since we're already stressed. But we don't have any vassals, really. We're not going to be at war very much at all, unless someone declares on us. And then this way we can at least collect taxes better, make building cheaper, kind of build up what we have, get a fort. That actually has some use right now. So collect taxes, 25% better. Defensive measures is +1 to fort level and get 20% garrison size. You can also buy truces preemptively. Levy reinforcement rate, that can be good during a war, but I'm going to go for building construction first. Construction time. We don't really need development growth in the realm capital because we're probably going to move capitals. So let's do levy reinforcement rate. All right, those at least have some value. Now that we got a lifestyle, we need to start figuring out who is going to be betrothed. What happens to the critical stress? Once I unpause, we will have a consequence, potentially. But we got things to do first. Okay, let's take a little look and see who might be able to be wed. I doubt there's going to be any alliances. Like, Silesia is kind of... It's not that far away, but it's far-ish. And I'm surprised they'll even accept. What is my force? We have 725, so not that much. Getting an alliance somewhere in Poland is okay, but I lose 200 legitimacy. The representation of the right to reign of a vassal, or a ruler. Vassals generate legitimacy expectations that the liege is supposed to meet. Only rulers have legitimacy, which is calculated at the moment they become rulers and results in their initial legitimacy. A fraction of the legitimacy of the previous ruler is inherited. This affects many game systems, making marriage proposals, vassalization, and alliances more likely to be accepted, claims cheaper, and swinging the scale of power in a regency. It has 5 legitimacy levels and 1 illegitimate bottom level. So if I get this alliance with a more powerful military strength, I lose a legitimacy level and become illegitimate. What the hell does that mean? Why? I don't know. Because new currency, I guess. Where's that even? Where's my total legitimacy? It's got to be like here, right? Yeah. Like, in my mind, the fact that somebody more powerful than you is willing to be your ally should give you legitimacy because other rulers want to work with you. Because you're being recognized by other powers, right? Anyway, we're only like level 1. We're aspiring, requires at least 60 legitimacy. So I lose 200 for this. It's a lot. Illegitimate is you lose renown per month. You get a short reign duration debuff. Popular opinion goes down by 10, and it's more expensive for you to do everything. Okay, well, recognizes 140 legitimacy to put this into perspective of what losing 200 is. Losing 200 is almost going from rightful to illegitimate. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going to get married to anyone who has an alliance. Let's instead look for someone who's got some of all skills and maybe some good traits. Possibly something inheritable. He's 30 years old. He could still have a good long life in front of him. I mean, he's also got a small health boost from being temperate. And there is a intelligent individual. They're lazy, cynical, but gregarious, and highly intelligent. And they also complimentary of our bad stats, which we did just boost our diplomacy to average after taking a diplomacy focus. So we have good stewardship, average diplomacy, bad everything else. And we're sorting by kind of some of all skills here. So, lazy is a -1 to everything, but despite that, they still have pretty great diplomacy. They're intelligent. Gregarious is boosting their diplomacy. Cynical is just piety down. It's not the worst. What's our faith? An unreformed Slavic faith? Slavianska Pravda. Emphasizing personal duty, morality, and conformity, Slavic paganism is the blanket term for the myriad native faith of much of Central and Eastern Europe. Community is an important part of most, and religious ceremonies are often public gatherings which celebrate beauty and joyfulness. Okay. So we may want to pick something that is compatible. We got to figure out what our opinions are of other groups. So we're the snowflake. We have the snowflake emblem. And then we got the moose, the Ukanusko, and then we got Khuzarism, unreformed Jewish faith, and then those are our options. There must be a reason for the legitimacy loss. Probably is. What's up, Dag? How's it going? Thanks for 15 months, dude. I appreciate the prime. Welcome aboard. Also, Burnt Heat, hello. Thanks for 33 months. Hope Minus is feeling better. Yeah, he's feeling good. He's feeling fine. Joker in the pack. Another month, another paradox. 2 paradox this week, actually. And then thanks again, Colin for the J sub. Private Jacoby for 74 frickin' months. Lingonberry for the over 3 years. And Mr. Doctor for the J sub as well. And I saw Durg, who can't think of anything to write. I think this person is probably worth it just for intelligent trait. If we decide not to look at inheritable, there's a bunch of unlanded, lowborn individuals. Diligent, paranoid, and brave. Like, if we wanted to shore up the intrigue, that would be a good choice, because we have terrible intrigue. Lustful, which high fertility but comes with other potential negatives. I think I'm just gonna start. We never start with an inheritable trait. Let's just go with that. In this case, I also lose 200 legitimacy, and I become illegitimate. Okay, cool. So that one makes sense because they're lowborn. 200 is crazy though. Because, like, if we sort by... I don't understand this new system at all. Alright, so how... Wait, I get an alliance, but this person is also unlanded. So how do I get the alliance? Who are they to you? That's Mom. Wait, Mom is unlanded? High Chieftain Gardamir. If I marry his mother, I lose prestige. Lowborn mom, noble son. Well, okay, so if, like, this person has a house, right? And if they have a house, then we don't become a piece of poop. No legitimacy loss from marrying into an actual house. She's lowborn. That makes sense now. Kind of, but like 200, I'm just a count. I'm a count with no liege. The penalties seem crazy for the circumstances. Like, if you were the king of West France and you married lowborn, or like, yeah, that would make sense to me. But also in the case that it's like the mom of an actual leader it's only taking into account whether they have a house or not their actual relationships with people, I think is what I'm trying to say. All right. You know what? Just tank it. I don't care. Here we go. Show me. I will become illegitimate. Okay. Is there anything else that we even need to do before we unpause? We have 1.5 gold a month. And how much would it cost for a court physician? 0.02. Okay. To get a court physician, we should potentially look for one. Court physician is essential to the care of the sick and wounded at my court. I will ask the service to bring forth a number of suitable candidates. Fake king. You'll be presented with a group of court physician candidates and may hire one of them for a fee and a monthly salary. Absolutely. Do we have any champions? Anybody cool? We got somebody that we could recruit to court. 3 gold? That's not bad. And they would be the best fighter? Okay. I mean, look, that's a cool logo. Gregarious, temperate, but vengeful. 11 prowess is the best we can muster right now. You're hired. You have to be a knight. You're steward and champion. Yeah, you guys have to be a knight. My chancellor, oh my god. My court is terrible! Look at these dudes. Who do they think they are, man? 7 diplomacy? You don't even own land, do you? Resentful paragon. Yeah, you're about to get real resentful. Do I lose? Okay, what if I put unlanded people on the council? Do I lose legitimacy for that too? Because this person has 13 diplomacy. They seem like the easy pick. Humble, gregarious, patient, lazy, just, and greedy. Even though I lose 1 diplomacy, I'm going to RP put the cool guy who's pretty chill. Does he have any other skills? He actually is a potential steward, so we may not want to piss him off yet. All right, let's swap these, because you can swap them for no penalty. All right, that way we don't have to fire the first guy. And then my best marshal is the guy we just swapped to chancellor. So this is weird. Like, the AI just put them all in the worst possible spot. Because he is a brilliant strategist and a military engineer. But and is also trusting, but very gluttonous and lustful. I don't know what's considered sinful in our religion, so I'll have to look at that. But yeah, you guys definitely should swap, because he's got 18 martial. It's not even close. Who's got 3 diplomacy? My spy master. Oh, it's rough out there for spy masters. We've barely heard of spycraft. 8 is the best we can do. Okay, and then we're gonna fire this dude. You're the odd man out. And we're gonna hire this random courtesan who's got 13 diplomacy but is a bit lazy, a little greedy. Sometimes you need a greedy person in a diplomatic position, you know, to make, like, I got a stewardship background. We need to make decisions in the interest of the coffers. And then we're about to get married and have the spouse position filled. All right, are we good? I think we're good. To go insane. Mental break, imposter. Recently, I feel like I am not worthy of the chiefdom. Literally, the first event that we get is just like, I've got imposter syndrome. I've just unpaused the game and I'm not feeling like a count. Do other rulers doubt themselves as I doubt myself? Could it have anything to do with the fact that I just changed my entire life focus and also got married to a low-born peasant who is making me question my own legitimacy immediately at the beginning of the game? Chat, what if every time somebody has a midlife crisis, it was just some other person picking your character in the simulation and respeccing you? You know, like this dude just had a huge midlife crisis right now because I like took over. I will scourge myself for my sins. You gain the trait flagellant. You lose stress, you become wounded. If you're still stressed in 5 years, you may suffer another mental break. Tell the cook to stop making my dinner. I don't want it. Become inapathetic. -1 diplomacy, -3 prowess. He skips meals. I'm just as good as the rest. Gain 40 stress if you're still stressed in 5 years. Here's the problem with being stressed in 5 years. It's a little pricey for us to do anything that can offset that. Chat, how do you hold feast now? Oh, it's on the other page. Feast is 95 Gs on average. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That doesn't sound right to me. I'm starting to doubt that. 20, it's actually only 24 Gs if you do everything minimum. And you can actually go lower. Number of courses. So we can really do this for 16 gold, right? The average price is a scam. And we can focus on relieving stress as well. I think we're just going to do like an early feast. Because my character is calm, temperate, and humble. I think he's chilling. I don't think he would scourge himself. He's not... I think if he were more zealous, I might pick that. Inapathetic seems a little... He seems like you can't be calm and temperate and then have this kind of crazy reaction, you know? I'm just as good as the rest. Now, to celebrate my rule, let's actually get married first. Legitimacy lost. How's that for your imposter syndrome? I accept your marriage proposal. You'll be joined with my acquaintance, Stefania. In holy matrimony, may Divana bless your union. Excellent. I love throwing my campaign into the ground immediately. With my marriage to Chiefess Stefania, the realm expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding celebration. It is well within my right to collect a royal aid duty as part of this, but some may consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during a time of jubilation. Of course I will collect it. Who pays for their own wedding? I'll let my subjects enjoy the festivities without worry or care. Does prestige have any synergy with legitimacy? I don't think so, right? Legitimacy levels can be gained through various means: winning wars, releasing valuable prisoners, creating legends, holding court, or attending activities. They can, however, be lost. So activities would be one. Plagues ravaging the capital, losing wars, losing titles, or an exposed hostile scheme can decrease legitimacy. We only have 50 gold. Dude, that would give me 75 gold. My man does have a fortune builder education. Alexander possesses a keen sense for all matters relating to stewardship and is an administrative force to be reckoned with. I say we take the money because he'd probably put it back into the county. and try and use it to... You know what? This is the kind of dude that's going to tax you and give you infrastructure and build up your fort level. We already built up the fort level +1. We got to fortify. We're just a single county. So I'm gonna take the cash, even though I think it'd be fine to take the prestige. Court physicians have arrived to present themselves, and they've assembled for us to choose. We got one who is a herbalist and a basic level 1 physician. It's not bad. They only have 12 learning, but they have experience. Even though they're sadistic, shy, and stubborn, not traits that I really want in my doctor. But then the other person's probably way worse. Yeah. 5 learning. This dude just changed majors. And they didn't have to take the intro classes again. All right, I'm gonna hire the spinely whatever physician, herbalist, sadistic doctor. I gotta pay him 50 gold. Oh my god, dude, I just had to all the taxes I just took. 50 G's for this guy, but his aptitude is good. He'll be good. He's appreciative. Okay. Short rain will go away. I'm learning that we're not really great at managing our money. That dude costs 3 times as much as the feast. This reminds me of King of the Castle here. You're spending all the treasury. Wait, are we having a feast or not? What are we doing? Are we doing... Oh, that wasn't an actual... That wasn't an activity. That was just an event for the marriage. Every person of stature is being invited to a great feast to forge and strengthen bonds of friendship and loyalty. We anticipate... we don't have any vassals, but we anticipate maybe prestige, may gain legitimacy. Participants gain opinion, lose stress, may become an eager reveler. All right, based on your amenities, which are probably non-existent at this point. Let's plan it. Just a regular feast. If you have a legend, you can do a legendary feast. I've still never done a murder feast. It seems like a meme. The chosen county will receive the Great Banquet modifier for 5 years. 20% to development growth and +10 to popular opinion. Both good. We only have one place to pick, and it makes the choice quite easy, so we don't even have to travel. So we can totally ignore this route, because you won't travel anywhere. The plan is to focus on stress relief, recreation. Look for opportunities to do so, and my honored guest should be my new wife, who is somewhere. Chiefess Stefania. No, she's not. Where is she? Why can't I make my spouse the honorary guest of the feast? Is there a filter? I remember having this problem before, but we fixed it. Maybe if I unpause for a second. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll make the court physician, that way they're less likely to kill me. If nothing else. Click someone, then it will give you more options. What? Well, yeah, on the guest categories, but... wait, now she's here? It says that she's attending. She cannot be the guest of honor. She's just not... She's not capable. Okay, that's fine. What was the name of my court physician? This dude. Nisa, chat, what is this? LT again? Is it a V sound or something? What is that? That guy. All right, my physician will be the guest of honor. So for our activities, we have exotic delicacies for moderate prestige. I don't really care about that. All I want is maybe some opinion gain, an appropriate number of courses. It's only 16 gold. I say we just do it. The servants run across the hall, bringing the final decorations. Some of the guests are yet to arrive, and I indulge myself with a delicious drink by the fire. Oh, I seem to have spotted some veal cutlets already. What a lovely time we have ahead of us. All right, off we go. The guests are gathered from near and far. The mood is bright and spirits are high as the feast begins. I've read that sentence probably 1,000 times, I think. Welcome, my friends. Welcome. Chief Stefania just gained 32 stress. That's the opposite of what we're trying to achieve here. In a drunken stumble, Dietrich unlatched an enormous cauldron hanging over the fireplace in the middle of the feast hall. Savory broth welled forth to cover half the room in a sea of stew. The unsuspecting Nizam... Okay. Polish L sound. It's the same as the English W. Wait. Yeah, it's W. I think I was right. But how do you say MYSW? Nisa Mizu. That doesn't help. Seated next to... Okay, my physician seated next to the cauldron was caught by the rushing wave and loudly cursed his ruined appearance as grease ran down his face. Isn't he, like, burned? Misu? Maybe Misu? Guests rushed to the other side of the hall as the thick mass spread greasy tendrils among skipping feet. Giving into his insatiable hunger, Alexander collapsed to the floor, swallowing as much as he could of the meaty mess while Drogowit watched in utter horror. Okay, that's kind of weird. You spend 150 prestige immediately and gain spilled stew for 5 years. This character has generously hosted a feast which was swimming in food. Health boost. Those are the same guy. Chat, this is one guy. That's the same guy, right? Okay, anyway. Curse this mess. Apparently this dude's name means unintentional. I don't know if that's a good thing for our court physician to be named. Chief Stefania increased her diplomacy by 1. Good job. My lord, the wine. We cracked open the next barrel. It's gone bad. It has all gone bad. The feast is still raging, but without drink, the mood is sure to dwindle. I ain't paying 50 gold for that. I'm gonna lose 75 more prestige to gain 15 gold. That's the worst event. All my guests smile, satisfied at their plates when I look at them, proud of my display of generosity. That said, Dietrich might carry more shame than satisfaction after overturning the cauldron. Cleaning up will not be cheap. My physician loses opinion of him. You lose 17 stress. I need more of that. Your wife's diplomatic skill impresses Alexander, and you gain 150 prestige. Okay, we're going seesawing back and forth. As one plate of food is replaced by the next, my spy master, Casimira, goes on and on about court politics. And that was how we salvaged that mess. Are you sure I'm not boring you, my lord? You get interesting conversation for 10 years, or why don't we talk more about you? I mean, forming a friendship with my spy master doesn't seem like the worst idea. That said, I need to replace my spy master, who only has 8 skill. That's a tough one. Vengeful, wrathful, and arrogant. They're gray eminence, so they're kind of like not in their good line of work anyway. You know what? Please go on. I don't want to make you a friend. I'm going to find someone to replace you, hopefully. I'll take interesting conversation for 10 years of bonus points. A pleasing atmosphere. Is there anything more jovial than a good feast? Guests throng to and fro, eating and chatting, while flickering torchlight plays off every wall, light bouncing like laughter around the hall. So many people come from all over the realm just to be here. It really gives some perspective on how vast the world is. Sometimes it's nice to simply sit back and enjoy the little things in life. This is where I want to be. Good folk to mingle with here. So plus opinion or gain stress. Yeah, this is where I want to be. Lose 110 stress. Boom. All right, we're no longer overwhelmed by stress from respecking our character immediately. The feast is starting to draw to a close, and my visitors are surely expecting me to lavish attention on our esteemed guest of honor, my physician. Traditionally, a complimentary toast and a deep drink of spiced wine does the trick. Then again, all Nizamisu did was turn up. This was my idea. Gain 150 prestige by toasting them. Gain highly esteemed for 10 years. Oh, that's them. They get 150 prestige, highly esteemed, and 30 opinion of you. Or let us address the Bampod of the hour, basically pull the rug out from under him. Or gain 80 stress because you flaunt your own hospitality and you're humble. Yeah, just toast the dude you brought to honor. I want my physician to like me. You gained 100 diplomacy lifestyle XP. Few candles survive after the last of the guests have left. I can hear a pair of servants letting out sighs of relief after the doors close. The food is still warm on ceramic plates. Soon word will reach every corner of the realm, and every noble worth their salt will know my magnificence is unparalleled, said my humble character, with all my guests having done fighting for the last of my meager table scraps. It gives me great relief to watch them finally leave with loose clothing and growing bellies. Nevertheless, I'm still grateful. It's all over. Every non-court... I don't think we have any vassals. Maybe one. You gain 35 prestige, 100 piety. Progress toward eager reveler. You gain 20 legitimacy. So there's legitimacy factoring in. You lose... I can't lose any more stress. I guess maybe I could have picked one of the other things. And we get great banquet for 5 years with good popular opinion. Okay. The feast is over. Good feasts. Job done. Stop telling me about grand tournaments. We got a problem. We are a small fish in a big pond. Tiny little fish. And the question is, who's going to declare war on us first? I think we're probably just going to have to bend the knee to somebody. We are surrounded. This is a very tough start. We're surrounded by much larger groups. We have a single county. We would have to ally with someone. And I can't ally with anybody because we need to have Bebe first. I guess the question is, we need to learn more about this faith. It is monogamous marriage. One spouse. Sins are deceitful, shy, and arbitrary. Wow, shy is a sin. The tenets of Slavianska Pravda. Communal identity. Our faith and culture are intrinsically linked together. This practice strengthens the bonds of our community, though it tends to exclude foreigners. Ritual celebration. Okay, so that is same faith bonus opinion, and it's faster to convert if you have the same culture. Or same culture if you have the same faith. So we're all Polish here. And we're all Slavianskan here as well. Massive faith wave. Ritual celebrations. The worship of the divine is something to be exalted in and shared with our community. Organizing great festivals to honor and praise the divine brings us together. So, hosting a feast gives piety, which is unusual. Vassals are more likely to attend your feast or lose piety. Okay. So, always about the festivals. Sanctity of nature. The natural world is the creation of the divine, and we are merely guests. We must respect and honor every tree, animal, and even the ground itself. So we take less attrition in jungle, forest, and taiga. Buildings are more expensive. Popular opinion is up, and we get combat advantage in those terrains. All right. We value honesty, gregariousness, and justice. Our main doctrines, male-dominated, it's pretty typical. Fundamentalists, which means it's faster to convert counties, but other faiths are more likely to join factions against us. And we're allowed to revoke titles from hostile and evil infidels without incurring any tyranny. It's a big one. Theocratic temple holdings are leased out to their holder's realm priest, who will serve as a vassal, and we can do pilgrimage. We can legitimize bastards. Divorce is always allowed. Okay, yeah, the rest of these are pretty typical here. Everything is criminalized. But clerics can be either. This is cool. Clerical marriage is allowed. All right. Scoping it out. So here's what I want to do. I want to take a look at our capital and see. We've only got 2 building spaces. Wow, I did a really hard mode start here. Perhaps it'd be wise to construct a new holding, but I need like 300 gold. So seems a little pricey, and we have just enough money to, honestly, we should probably just make markets and start focusing on building money. We started with longhouses. Reduced costs for feasts. It's good. Control growth up, levies up, prestige up. Longhouses are large enough to accommodate important meetings between elders. Laws and policies are determined here. That's just flavor text, though. But yeah, markets, let's go. So that's all of my money, but it's going to increase our monthly income by almost 30%. Like 30%. It's pretty good. So we're investing in the future. But now I'm poor. And I think we kind of in fast forward mode until someone either invades us, which we only have a level 3 fort. It was level 2 before I took a stat, so that's kind of funny. Garrison's about 392 people. A little tribal holding here doing its best. Poland start pronunciation stream online. Never went offline. Hello, Egterlois. Thank you for 27 months. I appreciate the resub. Good evening. Hope you guys are having a nice Monday. We've been in movie and TV show mode for most of the day today. Not a Giant. Thank you for 55 months as well. Appreciate the tier 1 sub, dude. Welcome back. Bald Eagles is 50 months. What the heck, dude? What the heck, man? Raiders are in your what? Raiders are in my territory. 1,300 raiders. I'm getting picked on, man. There's only 13 days left. That happened so fast. Tell them to leave. I don't think we can beat them. There's 1,300 of them. We'd probably get wrecked. I only have 700. They also have 300 bowmen. So I think I just have to let them raid us. Good luck, though. I just spent all the money, so you're only going to get what's left. You bunch of nerds. Can't wait for my legitimacy to go down again. Oh, hello? Hello, quick question. Did you start as a single province independent count? Yeah. Though I'm anticipating probably getting absorbed by somebody, because I can't really do much. The first time it happened, I barely gave it a moment's thought, but my spy master has grown bold. Her challenges no longer pass unnoticed at the council table. I should have tried to befriend you, apparently, because now you hate me. She's testing my limits. The others are sure to follow unless I give her a taste of her own medicine. I'm gonna go speedrun and get assassinated. Mock her unrestrained emotions to shut her up. You gain 50 diplomacy lifestyle, and you either manipulate them, not fooled, or they outwit you. How dare you challenge your chieftain? I gain stress because I am calm. Honestly, I feel like we're gonna get outwitted or just not be fooled. We're not the smartest cookie. And even if we're comparing diplomacy stats here, we have like equal diplomacy. And they're a gray eminence. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just better to yell and take the hedged bet where I only lose 5 opinion instead of wagering 15 opinion. How dare... I don't know, but I'm calm. Calm and temperate. Let's just go tasks that are impossible to complete. The sacking of Tarnow. Oh no, my courtier Dietrich was killed. He was just at the feast. Dietrich is dead. That's my marshal. After a tense siege, Chieftain Lek has succeeded in penetrating the fortified settlement of Tarnow and set soldiers to pillage everything of value. In short order, they will have stripped half of Greater Tarnow of its wealth. That fiend! I will avenge this slight. Grow close to forming a rivalry with Chieftain Lech, neighboring ruler and dishonorable villain. Okay, that's the dude to the north. So I'm assuming now we have, like, low county control. Something like that. Okay. 0.8 tax. Yeah, it's not great. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get everything back in order. We're gonna assign the council to, wow, that's with organized army. Oof. Dude, we have nothing, man. If I try to increase control, then we're gonna lose that 37% garrison size. And levy reinforcement rate. Sacked your town, killed your marshal. Yeah, is this not 90 out of 100? Yeah, it's 90 out of 100. We don't need to reestablish control. So, it should go back to normal. Success? Hook gained? Oh, it worked? When the spy master tried to complete her task thoroughly, I scolded her in front of everyone, and when she hurried to get done in time, I displayed her sloppy work for all to see. She'd been over backwards to please me, yet I never acknowledged her efforts. Now she remains quiet, eyes cast low. They probably need to reword some of that. Cruel perhaps, but it had to be done. Has happened. You got a weak hook on Casimira, and they gained 20 opinion of you. That's what we wanted. Are you going to try and sack this in Krakow? Oh, they are. I wish you could take people who are being raided and have like a common enemy type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, hey, they're raiding both of us, bro. We gotta do something about this. We gotta rise up, man. Are we gonna get raided again? No, are they going? They're not going to us. Yet. There are mad raiders here, dude. Chiefdom of Tarnow gained bandits running rampant for 5 years. County corruption. Bandits freely roam in the county. Holding taxes minus 20%. Man, this is one of the worst starts I've ever had. Overtaxation. Your steward's average skill. They're fine, man. $5 years of that? RNGesus, take the wheel. Crusader Kings as a whole feels more RNG heavy. It's always been, even in Crusader Kings 2, super RNG and just how you roll with the punches. But some of it's crazy, man. The Darkening Horizon. Missives and messages sprawl across my desk. They are about one particular subject. The panic seeps from the words, forming in turn a rapidly rising pool of dread in my stomach. The sickness starts with chills and fever before necrotic buboes form beneath the unfortunate's armpits. Their breath comes in wretched gasps between expulsions. Explosions? I don't think explosions is a word, is it? Yeah, it's expulsion. All right, but it wouldn't be a Crusader Kings DLC if there wasn't a typo in the very first pop-up. Expulsions of blood, lips, and toes turning a livid black. It then kills indiscriminately, rich and poor, young and old, duke and downtrodden. The reports are from far-flung lands for now, but my trembling fingers trace the dates. It's getting closer. So when I set random, or no, organic. We set organic, not random, for the plague. An ill omen of times to come. Is there a disease map now? It says disease graphics are on by default, but I don't know exactly what that means. It has begun, dude. We got Al-Andalus pox. Outbreak began here. Smallpox and other modifiers. It is 1 out of 3 rats. I know what an expulsion is. That's why I said it was spelled wrong, because I know what it is. Chatter. That's how I recognized the spelling. You understand? Who rates diseases on a scale of 3 rats? These guys do. We also have chickenpox infection in Mahas. Which is also basically smallpox here. And then we have Abd al-Aziz's boils. Outbreak began in Uzwara. You get measles. This character suffers from prolonged fever, rashes, and cough. Critical health penalty. Dude, we are getting absolutely thrashed right now. I think the only thing that I can do is wait and see if we have a child. And then betroth. That's pretty much it. I think that's the only way to play it. There was something in the UK. I'm sure there is. Famine fever. Typhus. Oh. Oh, yeah, the bubonic plague. What? Yo, that wasn't there a second ago. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident that that wasn't there a moment. That escalated. Oh. Yeah. It's day. Monka's chat. That was fast. I didn't even think we'd see it today. And it's already here at the beginning of the game. It's like the first year. Bubonic plague. This character is beset by black patches of skin and multiple Buboes. They are not long for this world. Diplomacy -2, martial -3, stewardship -2, intrigue -3, learning -2, prowess -10. Fertility is somehow only -50 and not -100. We also get health. The Reaper approaches. Severe penalty to elderly health. Dread loss is just totally nullified. Attraction opinion only -30. Outbreak began here. I don't know what the conditions are that trigger an organic bubonic plague, but that this has got to be probably a world record. Like, the DLC just came out today. I bet you this is the earliest the Black Death has appeared in a game with it set as an organic manifestation. I guarantee. This is an apocalyptic level intensity. A plague is an outbreak of disease that spreads across the map, causing both local effects and infecting characters in its area. Affected baronies have an infection rate that handles their severity and can be countered by improving plague resistance. Plague resistance lowers the infection rate, mitigating effects. It can be increased through buildings like hospices or burial sites, court position tasks, decisions, and events. Yeah, it's moving quite rapidly. We're in danger, chat. We are in a lot of danger here. It's a good thing we're not on the coast. There's also a pox here. Look at it go, chat. This is what you were wanting to see. The Plague DLC showing the plague. I'm only on 2 speed as well. Oh man. You guys up in Norway and Sweden are done. Denmark is done, dude. Ireland is done, man. France is done. Spain, Portugal, just all of Iberia is about to get it. It's spreading to Africa now. It's in the boot of Italy. It's in Sicily. Crazy boils there. Uh-oh. This is us. Uh-oh. Get out of my baronies, man. All up the river. It's spreading up the rivers. It's next door. Yeah, it's spreading up all the rivers. It's almost completely taken over Iberia. Oh, I see it. It's spreading, chat. It's getting denser. Oh, it's coming for us. Somebody needs to be playing Pandemic and fly in the helicopter. Use the card. Don't save it until the game's over. I need somebody to fly in and take these cubes out of here. At italics, time to set the physician to plague resistance. Number 1. What are you talking about? There's a new menu. To micromanage. This chatter just made this up on the DLC that just came out today. Like, I'm already supposed to know that this exists? Why doesn't it just default to that? My court physician will actively perform the control plagues task. There should probably be a tutorial for this. I'm just, I'm just saying, if the bubonic plague starts spreading across the game at the beginning of your game, there probably should be a disease pop-up that's like, by the way. Yeah, I didn't read patch notes today, but it should just be in the game, I think. Because there's pop-ups for everything else. Control plagues, plus 15 plague resistance. I don't know what 15 is on that scale, but the court physician gets prestige and doesn't cost anything. Why would you ever pick regular duties over control plague? You just don't want them to get prestige for some reason? Advanced research, they get lifestyle XP, or divine charity. Monthly piety bonus. All right, control the plague, I guess. I can't afford anybody else, so that's all we get. How have there only been 47 fatalities of the bubonic plague? How many days does it take to kill? Because it's all over Western Europe. Because this is like... I guess the infection rate is going up. Some of these places have 100%. There's just important people. Well, I want to see how many total people is killed. I want like a summary of like just a civilian count. When are they gonna bring player pops? Uh-oh. It's going all around us, chat. It's over. It's on our borders. It's over, dude. Here it comes. Here it comes! Brace for impact! We're getting attacked from two sides! "97 noteworthy casualties. Typhus has got 51. Chat, does having this many plagues at the beginning of my game not just, like, kill every possible start? Is this what happens when you start a new campaign? It does, like, a simulation of the plague rolling across the entire map? Oh, yeah. Here it comes when it gets that red. Dude, we're about to get boxed. Oh, we're getting boxed in now. Oh, I see it. It says not infected, but there's red. We either have the best physician in the entire world, or we have main character plot armor, or we just got really lucky up till now. Because look at it, dude. Everyone, please isolate in your homes and bring out your dead and all that. Apocalyptic indeed. 201 named individuals. Is it our turn? Oh, oh, oh. Oh! The capital's got an infection? Now we get a tutorial. Plagues are disease outbreaks spreading on the map, affecting characters and holdings. When a plague is present, affected berries have an infection rate that governs how severe it is. The plague is found in the bottom right. Yeah, I did that. Plague. There's a button here. There's a button. That shows you plague spreading nearby, which is good. That has that pop up there. Each plague is broken down into sections. Realm plagues convey information on plagues within your realm. World plagues inform you of plagues on the rest of the world. In nearby, chart the progress of plagues that are not yet in your realm but close. Okay. Within this panel, relevant information is stored for each. Tracks the severity, when and how it began, how many characters it's killed, and both character and location modifiers. Yep. Oof. Is green the most infected? Nice Empire, bro. This panel includes information on the infection rate. Will progress toward its maximum value at different rates depending on the intensity of the plague. This seems like an unmitigated disaster. How you manage and deal with the plagues will govern not only how your realm recovers and prospers, but also how much legitimacy you lose. I'm already illegitimate, so do your worst. I can only lose legitimacy on this run, apparently. Advice, plague resistance. Plague resistance can be increased in multiple ways, such as building hospices and charnel grounds. With innate bonuses to plague resistance. Other less permanent bonuses include court position tasks, decisions, or events. As plague resistance increases, the infection rate decreases. We're at 0% right now, but it's going to go up. It's unlikely you can fully stamp out a large plague. Reducing the infection rate will help. Okay, I got you. Decision available to enter seclusion. A great and deadly plague is on the horizon. And though many will die, I cannot allow myself or loved ones to be counted among the dead. We must retreat to the outskirts of the capital in seclusion. We do, because I'm going to die and it's going to be game over. It's going to be the fastest game over I've ever seen. We must retreat, yeah. Okay, and then we have isolate capital. With the plague looming over our capital, there's only one measure. Reinforce the walls, close the gates. Why didn't we... I would have liked to have known about this before we got infected. I don't know if it was a decision that was available now, only once we got our first taste of infection. Increase the plague resistance of your capital. The plague resistance lowers the infection rate. Yep. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Do it now. It's a little late. 15 years? With the... Yeah, well, we should have done that. Placed under quarantine to protect it from the plague. We lose control per month, but we get 40 plague resistance. And I'm going to enter seclusion, because if I die, it's game over. You gain secluded for 5 years. Minus all stats. Chance of infection minus 75%. Carried far away from the stink of the capital's heart late at night, I and my family may remain distant from the people of the realm until such a time it is right to emerge. Communication will be limited and my throne will feel empty, but we should remain safe from the death and decay beyond our 4 modest walls. Okay. Here we go, I guess. Oh, it's already 21% infected. That was real fast. Pestilence stalks the land. Grisly, bubbling buboes grow upon the victims, whose pitiful calls for help are slowly stifled as they gutter and drown in their own pus-filled throats. From the lowliest urchin to the most fitted emperor, all dread the indiscriminate scythe of the merciless plague. Those that survive must watch helplessly as all around them perish. The devoted look to the divine for a savior, and the powerful their riches, but none can truly be safe. Dreadful tendrils spread across the land, constricting it until it no longer breathes. The Black Death is upon us. Rod, save us all? Who the hell is Rod? Who's Rod? My main man, Rod. Praise Rod. Chat. Rod is not really proven. Main deity of Old Slavic paganism. Translates to kin. Okay. I googled Rod Save Us All and nothing came up, so I was very confused. Are we certain... Are we certain that we didn't just, like, accidentally typo God at some point and everyone was just like, yep, yeah, I'm gonna stick with that? They just got really confused transliterating something somewhere along the way? Have you thought about how many world religions spread and probably started due to, like, a mistranslation? From an evangelist to, like, a local population? Over the millennia? Alright, anyways. 40 stress because of the plague. Okay, let's see. Infection rate is 22. Plague resistance is up to 55, and it's probably not... I mean, it's the Black Death, you know. You do what you can do. Dismounting hurriedly, I pushed my way through the throngs of soldiers in Baranov, within the border county of Tarnov. The missive from my Marshal Alexander requested my judgment and presence, and as I spy him, I can see why. I thought I was in seclusion. A ragged mass of people tired and hungry stand uncertainly before us. They are clearly refugees from the brutal plague that continue to rack far-off lands. I'm sorry. We're infected. But there is no guarantee they have escaped unscathed. Even now, I can see a man in the pack hack and cough. Alexander covers his mouth uncertainly. Perhaps we can set up some camps. Send them away. Border defended for 10 years. Let them through. Dude, we got -5 plague resistance. Send them away. We're already struggling, but maybe we can balance at 45. The world is full of dangers, even to a chieftain and his court. I should hire a court physician. 1 second ago, my court physician was in that event with us. One minute ago, the court physician was with us. Wait, what? Why is it giving me a thing to fire my current court physician? He's still alive. I think this is a paradox moment. Yeah, he's still alive. He's in fine health. Unpause. You can't unpause. This is an event. I mean... they're both the same, but I had to pay them 50 gold. Yeah, no. I already have one. Decision available. Enter seclusion. We've already done that. Okay, so we're stabilizing at like 45% infection rate. Which is, you know, still a lot, but we're gonna be holding out better than most because we are in we are full isolation plague control mode with a good physician at least. I'm glad I paid the big bucks for that. Meanwhile, the rest of the world it's rough out there, Chad. It's still going. Once the initial shock at my presence from the punters has eased, I thought I was in isolation. This tavern has turned out to be quite the place to relax. Man, I really am a politician in isolation, I guess. Nevertheless, the barkeep appears somewhat on edge. You know, my lord, about the great pestilence. Have you heard what it's doing to people? It's making them made their skin of a rich dark blue. She gestures frantically. That's what they say. How will we ever survive? The ever busy they are once more doing fine work. I don't understand. This whole series of paragraphs makes no sense to me. Is this more typos than usual? This has been my experience with the last, I don't know how many DLCs. Which is one of my chief issues with the game, given that 75% of the gameplay of all of the new DLC, of all the DLCs, and indeed Crusader Kings 3 itself, is reading pop-ups. Okay, anyway. They really need to do a full quality of life pass and just go back and have, like... I think I did a whole rant in the last Crusader Kings 3 series about hiring, like, one intern to go and read... that their only job is to go read through all the events and then correct them. I feel like I remember that. So I'm glad to say that that has continued into this one as well. But yeah, it kind of like... The problem is Crusader Kings 3 requires immersion, and it constantly breaks immersion with gibberish paragraphs and typos that distract you from just being immersed in the game. Yeah, I'm not even sure what this event is trying to convey. I am inside of a tavern, chatting up the peasants, who are asking me about the pestilence that they've heard rumors are making people turn blue. That's what they say. How will we ever survive? Apparently, I think it's supposed to be a riff on things that they say and being exacerbated, not exacerbated, but exhausted by the rumor mongering. Is my interpretation. Does that sound likely to you? And I'm trying to convince them that the rumors are false, even though it's literally the Black Plague. Combined learning and diplomacy challenge. 30% chance the rumors are stifled and we get popular opinion and control growth. 69% chance they're unconvinced and get more rumors. Debating her won't get her to believe me anyway. And so you just get a 50% chance of a minus 30 popular opinion for 15 years in my only holding. That is one of the harshest 50-50s. So I can either take a 69% chance of a minus 10 or a 50-50 of a minus 30. Bad or bad? Yeah, this event made by the Holdings team. What is it called? This event brought to you by the writers behind Royal Court. That's what I was gonna say. Reminds me of a Royal Court event. I'm taking the 50-50. Believe I lost the 50-50. So he's got minus 20 popular opinion in the capital now. How do you disable that view? Oh, you don't. It's this. It's the disease graphics. Okay. A little tickled. My eyelids flutter open as the morning sun beams down on them. I roll upright, stretch, yawn, and cough. My throat is a bit sore. My eyes, too, are somewhat blearier than usual. I even feel a slight sniffle. Oh no, please, not me. Deliver me from this fate. Tell me, O Rod, that the dreaded plague has not spread to these lands and made me its victim. CK3 speedrun. 29% chance you just get under the weather, or 2% chance you fall truly ill. Lose 15 gold, get regular checkups for 5 years. This regular dosage of expensive medicines administered by this character's physician sees them as healthy as possible. Small boost. I'll get top of the line treatments. Alright, we're still at 45%. It's up to almost 400 named characters have died at the beginning of this game. So, this is the equivalent of starting a game of Crusader Kings with like all random rulers and all random families. It hasn't even been a year, correct? It's possible that the organic setting for bubonic plague is a little overtuned, as opposed to historical. The very first supplicant of the day steps toward me, even though I'm in complete isolation. And it's clear this is nobody of high standing. The dirt and grime beneath his fingernails confirms that, even if he has clearly put some effort into appearing presentable. I represent the gravediggers of Milek, my lord, he begins, and we have a request. The fearsome plague creeps toward us as we speak. Our noble profession will be much in need soon, that much is sure. We will be the ones handling the bodies, the ones most at risk, he continues. In return, we ask only for some small raise in recompense. Could your grace spare the coin? How do you know about bodies spreading disease? How do you know about corpses spreading disease? I don't have 50 gold for you, my dude. So instead, bah, there are plenty more where you come from. -2 plague resistance. Cool, we'll take that one. -2. Let's see what the rest of the world looks like. King Charles II the Bald, King Lothair, King Louis. The Pope is wounded, but flagellant. Where can you see a summary of the most important people who died? That's what, like, if you have a list of 400 people that died, can you look at the list? The cadaver lies on the table, surrounded by various macabre equipment, as well as my physician and myself. I'm not sure, my lord, he begins nervously, his gaze affixed firmly at his feet. I don't know what we can garner from this corpse. He knows quite well what we could do, he simply doesn't want me to ask it of him. Dissecting the cadaver of a plague bearer could glean us some precious hints as to how to combat it. The only question is whether there's a risk of catching the terrible affliction. I demand a dissection. Basically, you give your court physician the bubonic plague for +10 resistance. That seems bad. Or, no, we're not gonna do that. Okay, we're just not gonna do that, I guess. Man, look at this map. Yeah, it only missed a couple of spots so far, but it's about to fix all that. We're up to over 624 named characters. I wish you could see a summary of what that population equivalent is. The market usually holds a fair amount of hustle and bustle, but today there's a true cacophony echoing around the place. I spy the culprit, a figure shouting at the top of his lungs. The end times are upon us, he wails, haranguing some passerby or haranguing. Google, help me out.
Harangue.
Haranguing? Haranguing? We will all perish, so it is written. The flecks of spittle flying from the preacher's mouth disgust most, but a few of the watching crowd are beginning to agree loudly. Guess what? You just got the plague. Guards arrest that man. You imprison him, you lose stress, and they become angry. Show me where it is written, prove your words. Mass panic for 10 years, cool. Don't listen to him. 15% chance they get mass panic, and all baronies surrounding have a saint. We don't have any baronies surrounding them. So we'll take the 15%. Just have you considered, don't listen to him. Have you thought about that? Recently sacked. For until 887? Raiders will find nothing more to take here, while fear of their return keeps the peasants in line. Popular opinion plus 20, but also bandits running rampant. Okay, I don't know. Those seem at odds. These events seem kind of out of order. Yay, a little out of order. Okay, so it just isn't moving. The plague has been here for a lot of days, dude. We're approaching 1,000 fatalities. We are like one of the only greenish spots in this entire sea. You know? Low county control. It's going down. Oh, sorry, India. Chat. How... Is it gonna take the whole map? I don't remember bubonic plague going over the entire world in CK2. Or did it just hit like a maximum roll? Bro, this new update's messed up. I started a new campaign, got leprosy right away. Yeah. I mean, I got bubonic plague in mine immediately. Did we change the plague strength? No. 1,300 plus fatalities. We kind of just have to be on pause. We can't do anything until we have a baby. Which has been going very slow despite their opinion of me. And they have whole of body, plus 20% fertility. Am I not sick? I thought I was sick. Wasn't I ill? I got regular checkups. I guess I wasn't ill. I was just like a event boost. We did make trading outposts, so we need those taxes. We're not going to be sending many gifts. We don't have fellow vassals. I like foreign affairs. I need to check my council again. Title creation's cheaper is fine. I think we probably want sway scheme. I should have been swaying someone already. I kind of just forgot. So I'm not very smart. Heading down Augusta is fine. Befriend is also really good. Children get extra skill points. That's retroactive though, I think, right? Each friend reduces stress. Close family. Yeah, I like being able to befriend a lot. It's pretty strong. So let's zoom in here. Where am I? Right there. I can't see. The disease graphic is like overpowering. Oh, we're surrounded, huh? When did this happen? Wait. This dude only has 156? Wait. Did you just consolidate? I only got 607, but it's still more than you. And you don't have any allies. Here's what we need to do. We need to look at the duchy view. Oh, this is all part of a potential duchy. His dad probably died to the plague. Yeah, I mean, this is the guy. This is definitely the guy. We probably want to circle around to the south and kind of secure this front. Good old plague wars. Like, it's hard to reconcile calm, temperate, and humble. I like RPing this as more of a chill, doesn't really expand, and just kind of takes what he gets. It's hard to RP declaring war on this guy. However, is this the dude that raided us, or was this a different guy? Who did we declare vengeance on? Was it his dad? When did he die? 862. No? The other dude is now a vassal. The guy who raided you is chased. Is he dead? Or just replaced? This guy's chased. Maybe his realm is different? If you take his land, then his plague is now your plague. Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. It's hard to be secluded in that situation. But also, we are going to get swallowed up here anyway, if I'm not careful, which isn't the worst thing. It can be beneficial. But first, chat, here's what I need to do. Whistling Spirit, thank you for 35 months. Almost to year 3. Where does it all go? I don't know. It goes by fast. Thanks, Whistling Spirit, for almost 3 years. Classy Doge, thank you for the gift sub, by the way. Appreciate it. Park Size is All Hail Rod. You got it. Chat, I'm going to take a quick Gamer Death break because somehow it's been 3 hours already. And I'm going to let you look at this. That way people who come in can see what we're dealing with right now. So, listen to this. Taking. Will be right back. And I'll be right back. Hope you guys have a nice Monday. Thanks for chilling with me. I'm gonna go get a snack, take the dog outside, let him go to the bathroom, give him a snack and a chance to drink, because he's taking some medicine that makes him thirsty. But I'll be right back. What's up? What did you do to the world? I'm just trying to live my life, man. This character was born, and Destiny of Crusader Kings 3 Storyteller was like, and I took that personally. Like, I literally clicked on this character, was like, oh, this will be a fun campaign, and then, boom! The world explodes. Even if you discount the plague, it's been going awful. And I say that as someone who's going on like 1,000 hours of Crusader Kings combined 2 and 3. That, well, okay, it's probably not that much, but still, this is one of the like fastest ends to a campaign I've ever seen. We don't even have a baby. If my character dies, it's actually GG. Like by the game standards, it's GG. We are in seclusion. My family's in isolation, which unfortunately, as with all Crusader Kings DLCs, doesn't actually mean anything. I was hoping that you would like have different events for being in seclusion or isolation, or at least stop. Sorry, my nose itches. Like events. We went into isolation away from the capital, and the very next event was, so you're in the local tavern chatting up the bar patrons. And you're walking through the market. Nose itches, I got the bubonic plague. It's over. And then there was one event for isolating your capital. People trying to go through the gates. But the incentive to let them through is like not very good. Fate finally smiles upon me. My wife, Chiefess Stefania, is bearing my child. I cannot wait to hold the babe in my arms. Okay, we just have to stay alive. We just have to live. Chat, the rest of the world has no plague because this one has taken all of them. We're still at 45% infection rate, so that's a lot. There's over 1,700 noteworthy deaths, but not noteworthy enough to, like, make a log somewhere. Is there not a death log? That's a huge missed opportunity not to have a leaderboard of people who are killed by disease. Where it's like, this person had the most counties, duchies, and titles, and, you know, they commanded this many soldiers. Basically just making this, which we can't really see, because this is just me, but if we had people before me, like a lineage with like your leaderboard, where your previous rulers have their accomplishments logged. I feel like it'd make a big list. That's why I said a leaderboard. You can make that whatever you want. But it'd be fun to look at. To see who, like, if the Pope dies of the bubonic plague, don't you want to know about it? You know what I mean? Yeah, even if it's like a top 10 dead people. I don't know. I want to see, like, people of a I just feel like looking at that information would be more interesting than not seeing it. Because the number doesn't mean anything if you don't know who it's actually hit. If it was just a bunch of, like, I want to know what the percentage of lowborn, highborn, dukes, counts, kings. Because if you don't know who it hits, then it doesn't really mean anything. And it keeps saying that the decision to isolate the capital is available when I already did. So I guess it's meaning that I can un-isolate if I want. Is population something being tracked by the game? Not really. Not that I know of. That one I'm fine with. I'd rather at least see, like, noteworthy individuals. Why does your wife always have her hands up like she's gonna strangle you or something? She's an analytic atheist. You have to see her eyes are looking that way. She's in contemplation with her hand up. She's analyzing. She's smart. She knows how to not get the plague. I've heard good things about you. I'm interested in starting a written conversation. Says neighboring... Oh, that's the dude. That's the dude who I was thinking about going to war with. Politely decline. Do I... you know what? Politely decline. Screw that guy. From chat, there's a... I didn't even know there was a blue color. Now there's green, purple, purple blue, and like yellow orange. I think that's oh, that's just their background color shining through. Oh. I thought that meant something. Here's the thing. I don't think that I like the disease graphic, but I guess Control E is plague. Of course it is. And then regular E is realms, because of course it is. Okay, I'd be better off just doing this, to be honest. Learn some hotkeys. That way it's legible what's actually happening in the rest of the world.
This is the Sound Redemption.
Speaking of... Alright, I'm gonna try and befriend the neighbor. Do I need to sway them before trying? Nah, befriend is 96%. Okay, yeah. He is deceitful though, but he's craven and humble. We need to make some friends. I should have been doing that already. That's my bad. And this ruler is like pretty easy to go to war with, even for us. How do we tell what modifiers are affecting our ability to raise levies? Our control is just spiraling down. So somehow isolating lowers control. I guess the peasants are getting tired of being quarantined. Is the only rationale I can come up with. But it's going down like fairly rapidly. No one has seen the king in months. There is no king. We are but a county. Anyway, this is from the county being placed under quarantine, not me quarantining myself. They're two different things. Except for all of his trips to the pub and the market. The issue is, how freaking long is the plague here, dude? It started on the 14th of February, 2 years ago! Have you placed your marshal on build control? No, because then I lose a bunch of garrison. And levies are more expensive if I raise them, so I don't want to lose that bonus and have to build it back up again. 3,000 deaths. Look, hold on. For future chat. historically, plagues tend to go by very quickly. Plagues lasted an incredibly long time, an extremely long time. The duality of chat. Okay, let's focus on, I think foreign affairs is still good. Disrupt schemes is still good. Religious relations with those is still good. Okay, yeah. But I might need to switch from the organizing the army. Otherwise, this is gonna get out of control. Doomsday! My Zritza Alzbeta burst into the throne room late at night, a tattered message in hand. My chieftain, I bring terrible news regarding the Black Death. Blasphemers and heretics are crying that the world is coming to an end, claiming that Black Death was sent to us by Rod to mark the beginning of Doomsday. Their gospel is doing little but stir panic and suicide in the local population. How may we thwart this hysteria? Root them out. Apocalyptic Inquisition for 10 years? Minus 50% more taxes. Wow. Like, I don't need money, do I? Send your best theologians? I need 50 gold? And I have a 95% chance of forming an apocalyptic cult? Or perhaps they're right. Get apocalyptic cult for 10 years and just give them another 0.4 control decline. So I guess I'll give away all my money for 10 years, no problem. 50% taxes and minus 15. Root them out! Apparently we are becoming somewhat paranoid, but guess what? I have a child! I win. Oh, Stefania, you've been so brave, so strong. Words cannot describe my love for you. And now we have a perfect little son. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. What name would befit a chieftain? Why is Zelebrat? Zelebrat doesn't seem like a great name. The chatter redeemed choose a letter at the beginning of the stream, and I think it was a J. Why is my first Jinkle? John Jinkle. Court jester name. Jinkle. Jinkle. Jinkleton? Jinkleben? Jinkleheimer. Wow, his name is my name too. Oh boy. We getting raided. We already got raided into game. What's up, Raiders? We're trying to name our firstborn son. What's up, EJ? Hello, Scorpius, Weather Guy, Brand Mevins, welcome back. Aeronor, what up? El Bastardo, Atkinson. Hey guys, hope you had an awesome stream. Thanks for raiding, dude. It's been a while since I streamed, but I got to hang out, watch some building of pasta-themed Soviet-era constructions these last few days. I'm glad to see that you're still going strong. The gnocchi, the spaghetti has evolved. Talix got a raid and run tonight. Enjoy CK3. Thanks, dude. Those of you that just got here, we will name this person, and I gotta show you the state of the world because things are dire. But anyway, have a great rest of your night, EJ. What is up, dude? Raiders, how are you doing? Let me get some shout-outs in chat. For our friend DJ, there we go. There we go. Been grinding Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. I have the game. I got it on sale. I just haven't committed to it yet. But welcome to Crusader Kings 3 Raiders, where the world is currently engulfed in flames. I like Julio. Too bad. We're gonna go... Chat, what if I just did Nokia? I like pasta names. All right, welcome into the world, Ginocchio. Our new baby. Now, Raiders, I have but a single county to my name. I am a mere chieftain in the Slovianskin Pravda, unreformed Slavic faith. We're in Poland, but Poland doesn't exist yet. I'm just one dude with one county, surrounded by evil people, but more importantly, I'm surrounded by... the plague! We have our plague setting set to organic instead of historical plague, which has apparently resulted in the immediate overrunning of the entire world with the bubonic plague. So, we have isolated our entire county and our royal family. They're not royal, but the family. And we're trying to withstand the plague that is spreading originally from the Bishop of Figeac? I don't know how you say this, but it's right there. All right, so blame France. France started this. Organic must equal the moment the game starts. Pretty much, yeah. So we've got a court physician trying to maintain the plague. Their understanding isn't great in 870. We've also gone and closed the gates, not letting anybody in or out. How did it even get to Iceland? Shh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. And apparently, over 2,900 fatalities of just named... chat says this is named characters, but I don't think that there's 2,900 named characters in the game, are there? At the beginning, how many are there? How do you even know how many there are? Okay, never mind, there's 25,000 characters. I'm stupid. If you ask me how many gumballs are in the Fairs container, I would have no idea. But, like, almost 3,000 out of, like, 25,000 named characters have died. So if we extrapolate that as a population representative, we could say that there were about 28,000. And of those, 25,700 are left. So we could say, like, 28,700. Wait. We divide 25,738 divided by, like, 28,700. And we get 89%. So almost 11% of the world's population has been killed so far, let's say. I think, if I did my math right. We could extrapolate that and come up with our own number. That's top realm, not the whole world. Would you like to try again? Meepo? Would you like to give that another shot? I await your apology. Apologize. Anyway, here we are. You are not employing a wet nurse. We did just have a child. We don't have any good choices. We have a terrible quality courtier. So, How do you find more? Or you don't. Or you don't. I don't know. I'm just gonna unpause and let the game roll for a bit. But if you haven't seen Crusader Kings before and you're new, it is a grand strategy game where we are, oh no, subject to the whims of destiny and dice rolls. It's more of an RP game than a lot of the other grand strategy games. All babies cry, but with little Ginocchio, there's no end to the tears. I desperately want the midwife to ease my worries, but her furrowed brow makes everything worse. Your son is not gaining weight, as he should. We will take good care of him, my lord, but in the end, his life is in Sud's hands. Floating baby animation. It's like dangling. Ginocchio is intelligent. He got his mother's smarts. Hush now, Ginocchio. Please don't cry. But is a sickly baby with a severe health penalty. Chat. Is a poor quality wet nurse better than no wet nurse? Reduces chances for children to contract illness. A bit late, but it is what it is. We'll appoint the way. It's a little late for that. We're doing our best. What does honorable atheist mean? It's kind of like Bill Nye the Science Guy. You know? No, it's every character has like a summary of their collective traits, and it's a way for you to at a glance get a tell of what their personality will prompt them to do. So our spouse is an analytic atheist, and it says they will act toward you and others according to the personality, so you can look at that. They're very cynical, more inclined to ignore faith and demands from faith-based factions. So basically what they're prone to do. They're very rational, they'll avoid tyranny. Kind of explains why they do what they do. How they're set up for it, you know? Okay, almost the entire world has been engulfed. We're over 3,300 now. Still going up. I don't know what we should be doing while we're here. Oh man, they are weak. I'm trying to befriend one of my neighbors so we can maybe get some alliances. Oh, I can betroth my son, maybe. That would be excellent. I don't have any money, so I'm not going to mess with that. But once again, if you haven't followed our friend EJ, there's another chance for you to do so. Really appreciate the raid. Welcome, raiders. I hope the streams with workers and resources and also the recent launches have been exciting. I hope you guys are having fun with that. Let me know how the stream went today, those of you who are sticking around. We are done with bandits running rampant. Nice. So taxes, we're barely breaking even on taxes. Doing bad. So at this stage, the problem is if you go to war, my wet nurse has just gotten the bubonic plague, and I didn't expect there to actually be. Was that the way it looked before? Yeah, that's not a good sign. We're gonna have to let you go. It'll cost me prestige. That is a price I am willing to pay. Yes, she's not looking good. She's not looking good. Anyway, what I was going to say was we have a measurement of how well our county is fighting off the infection. We have a 45% infection rate. So if I were to take a neighbor, the neighbor might be at like 100%. You know what I mean? And then I've got to deal with their plague. And my character is already humble, temperate, and calm, which is not really a warmonger. And I like to RP a little bit. These are all the chillest traits you can have. So if he gets absorbed, then that's just the way we'll let it go, right? Like if somebody goes to war with him and absorbs him, that's fine. Otherwise, we're just going to try and be a good steward for now, at least until the plague subsides. We're trying to befriend our neighbor chieftain, though, so maybe we can get some allies. So this is my progress toward befriending them. We'll have an ultimatum in 21 months. A promise of dedication would send a strong message of my good intentions. Anyone appreciates a powerful favor. Give them a hook. Give him a hook, or just make it take longer. I don't really want to give him a hook on me, especially when he's deceitful. I don't know what a weak hook could do for a neighbor. It's probably not that bad. All right, I will give him... I don't need a success chance. Let's do make sure he remembers my promise every day, and we get plus 40 power. That'll make it go by faster than 21 months. Now it's only 10 months. So I feel like that's worth. Let me check my son, who is still sickly. There's not really anything I can do about that. But what I can do is check for some alliances. I need the alliance to be potentially closer, please. Yeah, that's... These are all bad, man. Yeah, it's like 300 troops. It's like, mine are probably really weak too, but not that weak. $4,000 fatalities. Still going up, man. Oh! Oh my god, chat. It's finally starting to... The first wave is finally starting to fade. My court physician, known for his interest in venery, brings rumor of beasts spotted in my realm. I'm hearing much talk from the chiefdom of Tarnov. It is said there are excellent prospects for hunting, with many a worthy bison seen roaming the woods. Interesting. Don't bother me. Hunt success chance is up. You will not receive sighting events until you hold a hunt. All right, well, just, that's fine. Thanks for telling me, I guess. Oh, start the search. A wet nurse is a symbol of the court's wealth and prosperity. A woman tasked with nursing children, shielding them from disease, minding their development. A hale, healthful candidate is essential. I'm not going to have enough money to pay them. Hi again. Hope the DLC has been fun. It's been something. It's no punches withheld, is what I would say. With a mind to provide the best care to our child, I've had my functionaries seek out able women for the role of wet nurse. I gotta pay 50 gold, man, for a good one. Is it worth just going into debt? But then I won't be able to do a war. Which, I guess I'm not gonna do a war. I already have some stewardship. We'll just have to stabilize. I'd rather just pay for an experienced wet nurse and maybe have, like, a little bit of extra protection for my heir. I'm going into debt. You are in debt. I don't have any vassals. Popular opinion's down, though. it is what it is. Because the plague is subsiding at last. It's been years, dude. It's been over 3 years. We are down to 27% and decreasing. So that's good. %20 and declining. We should be one of the first ones to get rid of it here because we were actually, I think, better prepared than most. Very serious about isolation. To the modest chieftain Alexander, I've been corresponding with your chancellor and have come to see you in a new light. He gains plus 30 opinion of you. Excellent. Excellent. Under 4%, 3%. Okay, well, we got 0 here, at least in the capital. So I am going to emerge from seclusion. Wait, enter? Or, no, leave. Wait. Okay, yeah, lose secluded. This character is no longer isolating themselves, preventing most methods of communication with the outside world, and leaving them without power or influence. We lose a lot of stats. So I think I hit enter secluded to leave secluded. Out of the cage. The sun feels unfamiliar and hostile on my skin, and the wind feels cold and violating. When was the last time I took a breath of air? It's crazy that our son got ill while we were in isolation. How glad I am to be back. I'm gonna wait to unisolate the capital until, like, our neighbors, you know what I mean? Like, it's not impossible for it to go back up. After learning that Chieftain Gavril would be attending the dance in the castle town of Halych, I decided it would be a perfect occasion to pass by, ensuring I get some time face to face. The ball was exquisite and the chieftain put on a fine show. I told him how impressed I was and we got to talking. What a good day. Grow closer to forming a friendship. Oh wait, was that the end of the... So we didn't actually become friends, is what it's saying. But he does think I'm awesome. We're just not friends. We surpassed 5,000 known fatalities. The world is getting pockmarked with small pockets of hope. Yeah, that was a 96% success rate on the befriend mission, yes. And we didn't succeed. If I'm understanding that success rate correctly. Like I said, one of the unluckiest games of Crusader Kings I have ever seen. Narfwhack, thank you for 53 months. What's up, dude? Thanks for pushing the button again. Thanks for subbing. Lashley, thanks for the gift sub to IMC. Enjoy. Spouse is pregnant again? Another baby? But thanks, Lashley, for the gift sub. New Fire M also for subbing for 29 months, who says, hey. Hey. And Novaraptor, welcome back. Yeah, the infection rate neighboring us is still 100%, so I kind of don't want to go out of isolation yet. It's kind of like resurging. Finally, the plague has left the realm, and we must take this as an opportunity to rise from the chaos it left in its wake. We now emerge from the wreckage of the old world, and the time comes to consider the new. Spare no expense to rebuild. I don't have money. Exceptional disease recovery for 5 years, plus 10 development growth. Every county which has been infected. You know what? Just take your 2 and be happy with it. I'm not going to go further in debt. It's already bad. When should I unisolate? Challenge to a board game. Chieftain Alexander, salutations. Would you care for a game of chess? Right now? Chieftain Gavril is waiting to begin our little chess match, waiting with a competitive grimace writ large across his features. We're neck and neck, though neither of us is even close to victory. You're not throwing this deliberately because of our agreement, are you? He asks with 2 quotation marks in front. Scratching his chin thoughtfully. Because you play like you're trying to lose, he ends with 2 more. A strong sword arm is a strong die arm. Martial is countered by intrigue. I don't know. The numbers here are all made up. Intrigue is countered. This is an intrigue challenge or a learning challenge. So we're really bad at this game. But he's equally so. Give him a martial challenge. My techniques cunningly foil my opponent. Okay. Just as long as we don't do learning. We do have 9 intrigue somehow. Innocent whistling. Yeah, this is all made up. He's starting to win. He's countering every stratagem I employ. Okay, go back to martial. You won, I guess. I wish they'd go back and redo the chess game. The reason why chess was cool in Crusader Kings 2 is because you only saw it like once in a blue moon, because probably you encountered the personification of death who challenged you to a chess match in order to save your own soul. And it was like, whoa, that was cool. So the problem isn't that it's random, the problem is that it's both random and you can play 100 games of chess in a campaign. Right? The problem is the consistency. You will see that thing. I think the law random events are more fun when they're very rare. I won the match due to sudden death. He loses 15 opinion. Or diplomacy challenge and make him become my friend. 87%. There you go. All right. Rubbed his face in it a bit, beat him in chess, and then we became friends. Now you do it on cooldown to intentionally lose to make people like you. Yeah, basically. So having a friend here's cool, but that doesn't involve making an alliance. Which we just can't do without some kind of betrothal. But maybe he's less likely to declare on us. These guys are just waiting. I'm almost ready to come out of county isolation because our neighbors are finally like figuring it out. It's retreating in some of the borders, but not in others. Oh no, Genocchio's dead. I had so many hopes for you, my sweetest child. Not Swedish. My sweetest child. All the things you would learn, experience, and do. There were so many possibilities. A whole life to live. Maybe you would have had children of your own one day, but now none of these things will ever come to be. You gain 40 stress. And your wet nurse is fired. I'm about to have another baby, though. Can't I just keep her employed? All right, she's in my court. Well, we're about to have a second child. Our firstborn died of being sickly at age 1. Well, actually, they were born 870, so they were almost 2. They were gonna be good too, man. Intelligent immediately. We might not get that lucky the next time. I never do, though. I never do. I feel like we always this start has been worse than most. The fire roars, drinks have been had, and Stefania is calling out for a story. My first thought is of a famous Polish folktale, a classic that never fails to delight. On the other hand, what if I told a story of my own life? Perhaps at the time I became friends. Hello, honey. Yes, I know our first and only born son has died, and my heir is cradled in your arms as he perished. But have you ever heard of the time I beat Chieftain Gavril in a game of chess? And that bastard, he respected me. That'll pave over our heartache and woe. Keep it traditional and grow close to forming our friendship. Yeah. Tell her a traditional story instead. All right, do you think it's safe to come out? I guess we're gonna find out. I'm gonna go ahead and click the button. Meditate in seclusion. You might lose stress, gain traits, or even increase your learning skills. I don't know, I feel like there's gonna be a downside to this. Wait, are we not in seclusion anymore? Maybe we automatically left seclusion? When that pop-up event came up? I don't know. Alright, let's go meditate to reflect on our child passing. Embarking on an inner journey through meditation is no trivial thing. Many preparations will need to be made, the least of which is... Oh, well, maybe I don't want to do this. The location will influence the outcome. 6 months? This is a safe and easy place to meditate in. We'll do that later. I have heard good things about you. I don't want to be friends with you because I'm thinking about going to war with you because you're very weak. I also lose 20 stress from politely declining, I think, so that's nice. I have a daughter and an heir. My daughter's not intelligent. Feels bad, man. Her brother was, but now he's dead. I just want good stats one time, you know? I want my dudes to have good stats just once. Unrealistic expectations for your daughter already. She needs to get good. This is going to be named Jogrendorf. My daughter, Jogrendorf. I have an heir. Unfortunately, she's not my first pick. Okay, let's do wet nurse again. To try to reduce the chances for children to contract illnesses. Wouldn't that have been nice? Chad, we need to make some money, dude. You can't declare war while you're in debt. It's true. We're already on collect taxes. And we're trying to reestablish control. Going at 0.14. Back in the positive direction, at least. It's kind of... Is the worst of the bubonic plague over? I think so. It could come back. We are up to over 6,200 casualties out of 25,000. So yeah, more than 20% of the world population just died in one go. So the kind of misleading thing with this in Vistulania is while the ruler has a terrible army, the constituent parts inside of it might have a fine army. 336, 110, they're not that strong. So what if we're not, like, okay, we're gonna have a debuff to our army from being in debt, which will affect our ability to wage war. But what if we just did a little raiding? And what if we just raised our levies and 300 archers and knights, and then, you know, just went over to our neighbors to try to get out of debt? What? Here's the question. This holding was recently raided. Oh. Wait. Not by me, though, right? Loot 0 out of 59 gold. Can be looted again 4th of March, 873. No, I didn't do that. I guess I just didn't know what that icon meant. New diplomatic perk. Each friend lowers your stress gain. How about children receive 1 to 3 extra skill points? Which should retroactively affect Jogrindorf. Or does it not? Didn't it used to? She didn't get any points. Oh, just when they come of age? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're raiding their capital. Which is only like 12 gold, but honestly, that's half of our debt. So I'm okay with that. The first of many wars to come. This is not really a war. We're allowed to get away with it just to take some money. I may be humble and content, but I am not okay being broke. I have a fortune builder lifestyle, and that trumps most things. Now, we actually captured High Chieftain Crack's Gist. So we got some people in the prisons. No money for ransom? Languish. We do a little raiding. Yeah, we do a little raiding. I don't know if this even has anything. 15? Take what you can take, I guess. These guys are all gonna, like, rise up against us pretty soon. But then again, you know, they started it. They're the ones that raided us first. I'm just taking back what they already stole. There's only 3 there. That one's already been raided. I mean, they've got some money that would put us back into the positive, so we should just take back what we got right now. We might be able to just disband, I don't know. There we go, 27 Gs and 27 prestige. Cannot disband while hostile armies are around. I can't really go that okay, hold on. Is it possible to soft lock yourself if you're playing one county and there just happen to be hostile armies? Like, you can only disband in friendly territory, I think, right? So what if your friendly territory is not far enough away from the hostile? Oh, they're gonna leave. So you might be like soft locked into leaving your army up. There we go. Your neighbor, Chieftain Gavril, has 1. Okay, we gotta take this spot before they do. We're back in the positive, so I need to wait until I can raise my armies again. We also need to, like, I don't know, increasing control. We're at 96. Let's go back to organizing the army and making the reinforcement and garrison size larger, because we need to reinforce the levies right now. Right now. Taxes are back up to over 1, which is not much, but it'll keep us alive. But yeah, I probably need to go ahead and like take this county, even though my guy is calm, temperate, and humble. This guy is shy, which is a sin. Lustful, sadistic, fornicator, intrigue guy. You know, he's just not a good man. Not a good person. A language barrier. I love spending time with my friend, High Chieftain Gavril, though usually an interpreter is required. Usually the language barrier isn't a problem, but today I appear to have upset my dear friend with something I said. He said something that sounded like a joke, and I laughed as his courtesy, but then he gave me a glare that spoke 1,000 words. As I felt that glare pierce my soul, I could see our friendship, which transcends language, slipping away. What can I do to fix this situation and hold on to the friendship? Mumble something that sounds like East Slavic and hope for the best? Or perhaps I should learn some East Slavic. Start a learn language scheme. What do we speak right now? We're Polish, which is West Slavic. So anyone who shares this heritage gets a bonus. Your native language, +10 cultural acceptance with cultures who share this language. Well, clearly they don't. Polish aesthetics. All right, our traditions are the raids can recruit Connie as men-at-arms, which is a bonus to light cavalry damage, or all Polish characters also get bonus light cav and skirmisher. So Connie are, unsurprisingly, light cavalry. Interesting. They will counter archers. We are xenophilic. We embrace everyone and are genuinely fascinated by all cultures. Different culture opinion is good. Staunch traditionalists. Stubborn is more common, which is a health boost, but I think it's a sin, is it not? Kind of ironic. Or did I just make that up? We have a defender advantage. All right, sick. Yeah, let's try and learn their language. Why not? Why shouldn't I? So, they don't have an ally. I've raided them. We want to go down there and kind of cut off this dude, our friend. We need Lublin and Fancy A sound. Chat, how do you say Fancy A? Brimo, if you were paying attention, you would see that our one prisoner, sadly, is not worth any money. Except we have one more prisoner, and they are worth also no money. Unfortunately. So we're gonna just release them because we're so nice, and it was just a raid, you know? I'm not trying to start a war over this. Or am I? Or am I? Look, I released them, and then we should just... According to this, it should be no contest. It's gonna cost me 15 piety to declare war. But... yeah, they're real far in debt. I think we just go straight for the capital, to be honest. He doesn't have any allies, so we should be able to just do it. So, here's one of the things about Crusader Kings. It's really hard to RP as a single county who's mostly peaceful. Pretty much the only gameplay we can do... Dude, is their fort level too high for 700 min? Oh. Okay, well. Back where we came. Tier 4 fort is too much. Apparently. Anyway. This is pretty much, I think, the only gameplay that you can do is just declare war to expand counties. They got 63 fearsome troops up there, yep. Very spooky. Alright, there's no way... Yeah, this is level 3, which is still crazy. 9 months of siege to go for this. Chiefdom of your capital get... Focused recruitment. Levy size plus 25% for 10 years? Thanks, honey. She is strong, dude. Smart, strong. Gregarious? A little lazy, but, you know. She's got too many skills. You could do marriage inheritance game. The marriage inheritance game, you cannot do, as far as I know, without mass murdering the entire world. Which was fun to do, like, a few times, but not fun to do. It's definitely no more fun than just going to war 1,000 times. You know what I mean? Most of the interesting gameplay that isn't war costs tons of money. It's true. A lot of it costs a ton of money. I think that it's fine for it to be a very war-focused game, but I think that they need to go back and do for Crusader Kings what they did for Hearts of Iron. Should be more mechanics to play tall. Yeah, I think that there should be some... Yeah, you kind of have to play wide in Crusader Kings. It's basically mandatory. Like, the only way you can play tall is if you just... Your gameplay would become... You can play without expanding, but your gameplay is max speed fast forward looking at pop-ups, basically. The very heartland of Western Christianity are under siege by infidels. Desperate Christian lords have persuaded His Holiness Pope Stephanus to declare his intention of forging a righteous alliance to expel the heathens in the name of St. George. This could be the beginning of an unprecedented Christian aggression. Christian faiths can now do crusades in 874. The first crusade was 1096. Apparently, the bubonic plague has stirred them to rapid acceleration of timeline and events. As I lean over the map in my council chamber, a sudden creak turns my head toward the door. My daughter, Jogrindorf, appears in the hallway, toddling up to me at a surprising speed for her age. She's 2. She wraps herself around my leg, hugging me tight and leaning her head back to look up at me. I look at her, a hidden tear in my eye, while my hand is stroking her hair in an effort to reciprocate the gesture. You're a good daughter. Don't cry, chat. Learning the language is not going well. We have a 28% success chance. Did you just call my beloved mother a scullion? And a queen? She screams, I demand the recompense for this grievous... Wait. Oh.
Queen.
It is queen. Okay. It's a impudent or ill-behaved girl or woman / a prostitute. I'm terribly sorry. I hope this is enough. You pay 5 gold. You misheard. I called her charming and a flower. 50% chance of success. Ha! Yes, I did. You gain 160 stress because you are calm, humble, and temperate. I'm just practicing and I misspoke. %5 success chance. If I'm actually gonna do it, I don't really need to do it, to be honest. I don't really care about this scheme. But I accidentally just pissed off my spouse. Listen. Listen, no more. I will abandon it. Oh, they're trying to siege too? Good luck. That level 4 fort is crazy. Pregnant? Baby? Okay, suddenly the baby train is rolling. It has left the station. You now control... I got my war target. So as long as we hold that, we're good. So we just need to make sure the siege is not lifted here. How are they sieging? Ooh. Oh. Sneaky. Where did you guys come from? The crusade for Poland. Oh no. Catholic rulers, invigorated by a call to arms of Pope Stephanus, have started to gather a large host of zealots to wage a crusade against all enemies of the cross in Poland. More and more fanatics are drawn in every day in what will soon be a mighty army of the cross assembled to bring war upon our lands. We can only pray that Perun will grant High Chieftain Unidrog the courage and fortitude to stand against the tide of infidels. This run is cursed. Chat, we've got severe main character syndrome. The quantity of Crusader Kings emergencies that are affecting us, all in the first 10 years of the game, are kind of insane. Who are they saying is gonna fight for us? How did your crusades pop so fast? I don't know. There was a bubonic plague, and then there were crusades. But we got this little icon down here now. Crusade for the Kingdom of Poland. The irony that they go straight for me. Oh, Trent? Trent, what are you doing there? Chay, you never heard of the Kingdom of Trent? King Bonifacio of Trent? It's a classic family name, dude. King Trent. Infamous. Wait, where are we going? We need to go here. We gotta wipe this little squad off the map. The hustle and... I think this is unrelated. The hustle and bustle's palpable among the traveling merchant stalls. The temporary shacks are stacked to the rafters and contain all manner of knickknacks. These pieces are positively radiant and would make a lovely gift. As Chiefess Stefani and I walk by one of the merchants peddling jewelry, she hesitates slightly and leans for a closer look. Dude, I don't have any money, honey! I don't have 50 gold! Another quality of life pass I'd love to see is... Chat, everyone who plays Crusader Kings, I want you to listen to this suggestion and tell me if you agree or disagree. Every level of leadership, from Count to Duke to King to Emperor, should have a tier of events that are balanced for that tier. And if you are an Emperor, you should not get the same money expectations as a Count for the events. Like, 50 gold for a Count is crazy, but if you're a king, it's like, oh, yeah, sure. I could do that. And it's unfortunate that there's not natural balance to getting events while you're a Count or while you're a Duke. Some of them change, but like there's like this is from a DLC. This is from Friends and Foes. There's so many events that are like 50 gold for everything. And your taxes with one province as a Count are literally like 1 to 1.5. So you just end up passing up all the... Ooh, who did we capture? We captured a chieftain of Radom. So we got an important guy. We won the siege. It's going very much in our favor. We could honestly just go chill back home, and that percentage should just go up on its own. We lost 11 and killed 59. But yeah, there are very, very few, like, even 15 gold is kind of a lot for a Count. Most of the, like, every physician you can hire is always like 50 gold. Everybody that you pull in from the search for knights is always like 50 plus gold. And these estimates are completely wrong also, because it says average cost 95, but it's actually 16. Like, these scale pretty nicely. I think it'd be faster for us to just sit and wait. Your newborn son is your player heir. Okay, so apparently daughter would be heir in this culture unless there's a son. And he's intelligent. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Okay, Ginocchio II. How about Jebel? Jebel Trip? No. How about... Jazenko. Alright, the future King Jazenko. May he be strong and wise. My baby boy. Alright, how about a marriage, a betrothal, with an alliance? I don't think we want an alliance with the other people that we are potentially planning to go to war with. Wait, did something change? Yeah, no. We're planning on going to war with them. Sort of. Unless... Wait, who do they have? Do they have the capital? They don't. So it actually might be good to have an alliance with them. How do you form the duchy? How do you usurp the duchy, I should say? You only have one of 4 required counties. So you have to have 4 counties to usurp the duchy title. And Vistulania is broken up into more than that. Okay, it's like 6? 7? It's like 7? 250 gold. That might limit our options. Who else goes here? Why are you guys all... I don't want an alliance all the way up there. Now, something like this might be good. They only have 276 people, though. They're in a completely different duchy, but it's also part of Poland. And we need to have some allies somewhere. The problem is, they're going to be calling us into war as well. But we got to have somebody. And why not? Does this give us any legitimacy? So we lose legitimacy from marrying someone who's unlanded, but we don't gain it from making... I feel like we should get legitimacy from making alliances then. I don't know. This is probably not a good alliance, but we got to start somewhere. Everyone's weak. Not to mention, we've got the Holy War launching in 12 months. It's about to get real. Oh, intrigue up by 2? Okay, maybe she's gonna be like a spy master. Let's do intrigue education for our daughter, which is definitely not gonna result in her assassinating our firstborn. Who do we want to educate you? The problem is we don't have any good intrigue teachers. My court physician is the best. So I guess he'll do it. Does that mean that I should make my court physician my spy master? Probably. He's pretty cool. This other person only has 8. So I don't care about her. Your spy master, court physician, and champion. That can never backfire. Making your spy master the court physician will never, ever backfire. Okay? You heard it here first. That is a pro tip many professional Crusader Kings players don't want you to know. Now, he does get plus 15 opinion for allowing him to caretake one of your children. You can call on your ally. I don't need to. We're about to win the war. If your spy master is busy working 3 jobs, they won't have time to backstab you. Okay. Once again, every time we educate a child, this comes up. Is what factors weigh in on that? And the answer is, if your child's being educated, the main thing is their skill that you're using, that you want to train them in. So 12 intrigue gets 12 points. And then your learning is half. In this case, I don't know if it's rounded up or down. So it's at least 8. So it'd be plus 8. And then there's various other skills and traits that go into, including their spouse's skill. But it's honestly like, who cares? Just do what you think is right. Okay? Don't worry about figuring out all the hidden stats and scores. Just get someone who's smart in that chosen profession first, because it's just easier. As I patiently await the fetching of my clothes, a servant stutters. By the way, that baby's in my house. That is the sound of a baby that's inside the house. Like, at least 1 or 2 people in chat right now just took off their headphones and were like, honey, do you hear that? Oh no, she's sleeping? Okay. Those sounds freaked me out. Yes, I did. Got me. Yep, I did that. I totally thought our kid woke up. Binaural baby beat. I don't even have kids, and I was very confused. They sound like they're behind me, yeah. Anyway, these are fake children screaming. I know some of you just got trauma. No one can find your garments. All right, my daughter stole my garments. And she can get the nickname the Princess of Fashion. They're purely aesthetic. Or I can gain 35 prestige. So, she's a Princess of Fashion? -2. But that's what she's going to be called. I keep charging out of my room thinking I need to break up a cat fight. Thank you for getting rid of that screen. Yeah, there's a few like that. Anyway, since we have our war objective, we're just passing time until this war score ticks up to 100. Then we will declare victory. I can't release this guy because I think he's contributing to my war score. Maybe not. As long as you're the offense and you control your war goal, the number will go up. Why not dismiss troops to save money? In the event that my opponent musters troops, if you dismiss your troops, you have to wait months to be able to resummon them. So it's just better. We're only paying them like 0.3 a month. I don't have months to wait in case of an emergency. Tribals don't spend money? I mean, it says 0.3 right there. Raised armies. You're probably thinking of Holy Wars. Do-do-do-do. Okay, it's easy. Increase your legitimacy to aspiring. So we lose 200 legitimacy for marrying an unlanded person, but only gain 100 for doubling ours. land size, I guess. I will enforce my demands. To the cold-hearted chieftain Alexander, your low character is the subject of Greek plays. How many Greek plays do we know of right now? Okay, county control. We're gonna stop organizing the army and unpause for a second. Now we're gonna start increasing control, which is all the way to 0. So we're not getting any levies or taxes until control is established. So I'm using my counselor here to work on that for us. Now we're gonna disband the troops because the war is over. Send everybody home and take a look. Tarnov. We are a little larger now. Little larger. Also, did my friend die? No. Wait, did he? Oh, there's 2 Haliches. That's confusing. So I'm friends with the weak Halich. There's a slightly stronger Halich next to him. Have we got the plague yet? Yeah, you missed the entire plague arc somehow already. We've already had an entire bubonic plague cycle. Okay, well, we're out of debt. We've got some more land. I won't be able to declare war without breaking the truce, which we're gonna have for a while, I guess. But really, this is the way that we have to play now. We need to just wait and start working on the Duchy of Istulania. And probably take Krakow next. Krakow. And make that our new capital, probably. Because they're gonna... Like, our current capital, it's a little small. It's got 2 building slots, you know. Just a little tribal holding, doing its best. We got 4 building slots over here, including a duchy or a special building slot. How has he had the Crusades so soon on top of plague? That is a question I'm asking myself. It launches in 4 months. And then it's all gonna be bad. Crusade season, plague season. I promise I did not force the most chaotic events to have a higher chance of happening. I simply gave them the option to. And RNGesus spun the wheel really hard. Killed my firstborn, son and heir. Killed a bunch, like 6,000 named characters with the plague. We got a crusade launched against us. We got raided and we couldn't defend ourselves right out the gate. Went into debt. With my leave, my daughter Jogrindorf and her wet nurse parade in my chamber. Aldana poses like a herald and proclaims, "My liege, you witness a monumental occasion. Babies are crying in the background, or are they? Jogrindorf has a mighty gift to offer you." Go ahead, Jogrindorf, tell him. "Father, I lost a tooth." My daughter proudly presents her toothless smile, handing me a pouch with the fallen tooth inside. Throw it out of the window. It's not one of the options. Keep your tooth as a good luck charm. Pay 5 gold and take the tooth as your finest treasure. You know what, honey? Here's 5 gold. This is payment for not being my heir anymore. That's what you get instead of the entire kingdom. Okay, you get 5 Gs, and I get to carry your tooth around with me. And I'm going to show it to all of my court. Every friend that I ever make in this game, even my enemies when they're inside of my cells, I'm gonna, like a person opening a photo wallet album, I'm gonna show them and tell them about how you bravely lost your tooth. And lament how fast you're growing up. And how soon you will have outgrown all of your teeth. Formed new ones. And then you'll be moving out of the house and getting married, and I don't know where all that time went. Half a year of taxes given to a 2-year-old. The hordes of infidels, rallied by Pope Stephanus, have begun their march on Poland. These savage warriors, clearly inspired by Chernobog, will ravage our lands and slaughter our people without mercy if we do not stop them. For the good of all Slavyanskan faithful in Poland, we must prevail. Perun, protect us. Has happened. They got 77 gold. That's it? Pope? You guys are kind of dire after the... I don't know if post-bubonic plague is the finest time to launch a global crusade. Your warriors have probably just lost many of their forces. Chat. We've got a lot of allies suddenly, but more importantly, we've got a lot of enemies suddenly. Did West France not join the war? Bourbon did. Maybe a bunch of them didn't answer the call. However, yeah, there's still a lot of war flags and a lot of flags on fire. That is an easier look. Huh. I think we're gonna get wrecked. Alexander. King of France looks like a nerd. True. I guess we should raise our armies. This is actually a level 4 fort. How did we cap this? Did they just upgrade it? Maybe they just got palisades? Oh man, the peasants hate me a little bit. That's all I got, dude. Enemy ally joins the war. New lifestyle perk. See, now we need some of these other ones. Close family opinion plus 15. I was focusing on diplomacy. But now it doesn't really matter if people like me or not. Because we're allies through the crusade. So perhaps it's time to focus on cash. And go back to stewardship. Chat, what's better, stewardship plus 3 or plus 10% monthly income? I guess we can have stewardship plus 3 is better if it gives you an extra domain, right? I think it would be. Because we should be able to hold an extra spot. Duty focus is interesting against enemy agents. Courtier and guest opinion. It's kind of interesting. I think plus 3 is better though. Because yeah, now we get a plus 3 to our domain holdings from stewardship instead of just plus 2. It's every 6 points? Now we just need to fill that in. Take some space. How do you even do anything in this? We're just defending against like a lot of... We got people over here. We got people down here. For glory! Who are we raiding first? I don't really want to go on the offensive, because then I'm going to leave my stuff. But they're on my border, man. 2 of them are on my border. It is scary out there, dude. We don't have any money. Like, if I could get some money, I could hire some more special forces. Would be excellent. I remember the day when my son Jazenko was born to Chieftess Stefania, my amicable son. Memories like these bring comfort. No matter what happens, I know my family's there. And that house Ledzian stands strong. Okay, remember that after the crusade is over. Pay him 15 gold. No. I will treasure the thought. Well, I guess I'll start sieging the portion that's over here. Just why not? Do we have any prisoners still? I do. I'd release him for gold, but he can't afford any. Listen, I'm an honorable guy. I'm a humble guy. I'll let you go for a hook. Since times are tough, people need their leaders, we gotta stick together a little bit here, you know? Longshot gambles sailed down to the Pope and sieged the Vatican. I don't even have enough people for a level 4 fortress. And they got 1,000 troops over here. We're in trouble, chat. And there's gonna be a lot more where that came from. Luckily, they have a lot of targets. Geoffrey left the crusade. Okay. Bernard Galonis also left. Huh. 2 enemies just left. Preaching unorthodox doctrine. You spent 50 piety because of your religious leader. Huh. Good. More of them leave the war. Supposedly, we're pretty close in number. Supposedly. Depends on who... Ooh, that's a good victory for our allies. Another enemy leaves the war because he's dead. I want to keep seeing that pump up then. And we're almost done with our first siege. We got 8% war score. Enemy ally joins the war. It's because the other guy died, I think. All right, I control the siege spot. Cool, good for us. We should probably do another one. I feel like I'm gonna be more useful. Well, I guess it could have been up there helping win these battles. We can't even do that one. All right, let's go back home then. Get some supplies. Oh, they're reinforcing? Oh! Ooh, our allies! I hear a commotion from my daughter Jogrindorf's chambers. Hastening inside, I see the wet nurse, Aldana, is playing with them. My liege, perfect timing. Jogrindorf just took her first step, she shouts excitedly. She's 4 years old. Chat, I don't have kids. But if your daughter's taking their first step at 4 years old... A giant step for a child, a small step for a ruler. What else can she do? Yeah, these level 4 forts are too big for us. They're all level 4 around here. That one's level 2. Oh, I don't think so, buddy. You want to fight me here? Okay. We can do it. You're welcome, by the way. You can exchange hostages. Oh, this is probably a bad idea. Or is it? Probably a bad idea. He's gonna. I've done this before, and he's gonna kill my hostage. That happened the last time. He like declared war on me, then killed my hostage. And I was like, well, bro, what was the point of that? I think we should just like chase. Ooh, oh, dude. 2,700 troops just appeared and materialized out of the fog of war. Well, GG's. I'm throwing. That was 14% war score? Oh, wait. Wait, why? Why was that 14% war score? I'm throwing for my team. Man. Now they're gonna come siege me. They killed my marshal. Dude, our county sucks. It sucks. I'm gonna invite champions and just spend some prestige and just pay the man. And hopefully one of these dudes would make a good marshal. And now they're gonna come siege me. While my allies laugh. I love that they're going straight for me. I wouldn't have been able to defend against this anyway. Maybe I at least would have been able to fight in the mountains. Yeah, these are the armies of Rome. Are in here. Uh-oh, chat. It's over, dude. This'll distract them for a little bit at least. There's so much war score. What are you guys doing up here? Chat, I think it's the AI bugged. Seriously, watch this for like a minute. Tell me the AI is not bugged. I think they were trying to organize, but they get confused when one of them gets like one step too far ahead or something. Well, they're forcing an engagement. Pretty good engagement at that. Good fight. My first champion only has 5 marshal. No, not send a gift. How much to recruit? 13? Yeah, for like a good champion. 19 prowess. I could make him the spy master. And make my spy master the marshal. It's actually a pretty good swap. The irony, though. All right, new spy master. Who dis? He thinks I'm pretty sweet. He's grateful. Plus 50 for getting hired. Okay, so we've still been trying to increase control, but it's not worth it right now. We need to organize the reinforcement rate again. And I'm going to try and wait until this stabilizes a little bit. Because we're almost done raising the bowmen back. Anyway, the friendly AI was doing great. I don't know if this is a good idea, though. The reinforcements aren't going to get there in time. You guys got to fully commit, dude. 800 are just meandering off that way instead of reinforcing. Oh my god. Or I could just watch the AI throw, you know? Either or. Whichever. Oh yeah, they're scattered. They were all nice and organized. Losing that fight was pretty brutal for, like, dispersing all these. And, of course, the Crusade War score dropping. Now they got, what, like 2,700 stack? A champion has arrived! 15. Ooh, 21 Marshal. Brave, generous, lustful. I don't really want to fire the dude who's also my physician right now. So I might just keep my physician on the council as a favor. This guy might be too expensive anyway. It's another 18 gold, but like, he's 28, 15 prowess. It's probably worth. Substantially beefs up, like my spy master is. Wait, this isn't right. Oh, I already have dudes here. Like this guy. Lazy, gluttonous, vengeful. Lazy, arrogant, generous, gray eminence, and stronger. Who's our weakest champion right now? 11? Out of 5? I don't know. I kind of don't want to spend that much more money. But we did need a few champions to kind of carry us. There was no end to the opinions and wants of my son and heir, Jazunko. Half the time, he's trying to tell me what to do. He becomes bossy. He's got 9 stewardship. Bossy's marshal and stewardship. Ordering the children around while he's concerned with getting things done the right way, getting things done his way, is equally important. It'd probably be nice to follow that. It'd be cool to do stewardship, but I think we're gonna need a martial lad. But he's got intelligence as well, so that'll help him with the other things. But yeah, combat and warfare. His stewardship went up by 3 from groom to rule. That's why he's got 9, and then intelligence a +3 to everything. So he's kind of insane. Like, I could focus on stewardship and just go all in. Since he's already at 9, maybe just play to his strengths. I'm not sure. Hello, by the way, recent subs. Thanks, Gibraltar Contingency for 20 months. What up, dude? Welcome back. Replace him, says Etalfir. Thanks to a gorilla. Thanks for 12 months. What meme am I missing? Crescent Wolf says, pro tip, don't die. Thanks, Crescent Wolf. Thanks for 105 freaking months. Also, that's a long time. And I saw Hummus, who gave me the answer. Yeah, 3-year-old super genius over here. I think there's nothing that we can use administration for until we have lands, so I'm just going to stick with martial education. And Maybe have one of our new champions. I could just have my court physician. He's got 15 martial and 17 learning and some other things that are good. And he has a high opinion of us already, so yeah. He'll go study with his sister. He's a good teacher. Okay, we're probably ready to go ahead and raise the armies here again. We should try and, like, help out over here. Maybe I'll wait one more tick. Well, we don't have a chance at all if they catch us by ourselves. Talks Feng Shui Gorilla gifted me many moons of subs. I see. Well, thanks for the sub and for recognizing your gift sub benefactor. Jazunko's first words. Hurry, my leash. You have to hear this. The wet nurse Aldana rushes me into my son and heir's chambers, pointing at Jazunko in excitement, so I lean and listen to him. Prayer through the gods. Unbelievable! Our house motto! He gurgled it without a stutter. All right, I'm just imagining, like... Hold on, chat. I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, so I'm imagining that I rush into the room and my son, speaking his very first words, not coached at all by the wet nurse, who has never uttered a single word in his entire life, mind you. And I go and say, what? What is he saying? What wisdom doth my son and heir have? And all I hear is...
Prayer through the gods.
Was that you, my boy? Who said that? God? I mean, Rod? Is that you?
Prayer through the gods.
Your voice is so deep and intelligent sounding. Has Rod been reborn into my child? How delightful. What else can he say? He becomes eccentric. I don't have time for this. How freaking delightful, dude. All right, let's raise the armies. Chat, did I just remember that we can create men-at-arms regiments without money as pagans? Did I, like, forget that until now? I don't think I haven't played pagans since, like, game launch, I think. Well, we have our extra special Connie, which are not light horses, I'll have you know. They have 3 more damage, okay? And actually double the amount of pursuit. But they have less scream, which is when you're... So basically, Connie is the winner's choice. You have to, like, win, otherwise you should have picked Light Horseman. Definitely not as strong as the special unit that we got in the Persian realm. Which, where was that? Yeah, we were playing clan government before. We haven't played tribal in a while. I forget where we started. Also, better terrain bonuses. Yeah, the other special unit we got was insane. This one's kind of like, meh. All right, here's what we should do. We should figure out who we're up against and try and counter-pick them. So if we just take an inventory of our enemies, armies, let's just pick... Peasants, archers, pikemen, archers, nothing. Archers, pikemen, archers, lots of archers, right? Just quite a few. So the counter to archers are Connie, as it happens. Light footmen will counter heavy infantry, which we will see, but I don't currently see. And then spearmen are countered by nobody right now. I guess pikemen are spearmen, not skirmishers. We have no counter to pikemen at the moment, which I guess is accurate. Is it worth an extra, like, 52 prestige? I guess you just get insane pursuit, which is inflicting more casualties and fatalities. But the terrain effects are all the same. And they cost, like, more maintenance. Masters of raiding, the infamous Connie light cavalry of Eastern Europe can make short work of a fleeing enemy army. I don't know, they seem overpriced to me. They're 50% more maintenance while unraised. You're just 100% confident that you're going to win. And you want to eliminate the stack. Light horsemen are for winning faster if you're already winning. I prefer units to make sure you get to the winning part. Yes, but they also happen to counter archers, which we're going to fight a lot of. I think the number differs for terrain. It's 15, 15. -5, -10, 20. -15. So it's even worse in hills. Terrible in hills. -15 and -40 in mountains. And that's only -10 and 20. So you're actually getting more terrain debuffs from the special forces. In deserts, it's -20 and 50 instead of -15 and 20. Oh my god. And then wetlands for the regular is 15, 10, 30, 30. 15, 10, 30, 30. Yeah, you just lose all your pursuit in every other terrain. Just don't go into hills, mountains, desert mountains, or wetlands. Right? I guess forest is okay. But, like, there's hills literally right there. In fact, we have hills and mountains. All of our terrain, chat, around us is mountainous, hilly. We have 2 plain tiles, and that's it. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna... I think I've talked myself out of taking our special troop, which is unfortunate. I might just take regular light horsemen to try to counter their archers. So let's just go with that for now. It's gonna take a while to raise those. I don't know if I want to get invested in this. We may not have a choice in a minute. I would love to get these extra 100 horsies out. That increases... Honestly, our total soldiers is going up to almost 1,000, which is good. It's way higher than it was. All right. Let's go help. Let's go help. Centralization, development growth in realm capital plus 0.3 a month. All right, we're not worried about that for now. It's just a button. Okay, I'm gonna go help. Who sieged this? Did they siege this? We're at negative 36% war score. No, I can't. There's not a siege from them. The problem is we're going to be stuck on the other side of this. Does anyone else have difficulty seeing which territory is friendly and which one's enemy? Because of the way the borders are. Like red on this side, but blue on this side. And the only way you can tell is whether their flag has a fireball around it. That's real bad. I find that I end up fighting in hills and mountains quite often from AI camping there. It's the best place to beef in. Stellaris and this game have the same problem. Alright, you guys, look. You outnumber them by 1,800 troops. Why are you not reinforcing? You fools! It's too late. You screwed it. You screwed it. We're dead. They backtrack to regroup and then join the fight instead of just, yeah, I gotta go. I'm out. Let's get a head start so they don't see us. What happens if we lose the Crusades? Just watch, and you will see. Yeah, that's a negative 62%. We are, I think that was the decisive loss right there. I tried to go help, but it didn't work. I gotta do this before I raise my regiment. We could station them here, I guess. But it's not like it's gonna matter. We're outnumbered 4,000 to 1,000. We're just gonna sit over here and, you know what? It'd probably be better if we just, like, disbanded our unit after that and just waited. Okay, so it's actually better to station our archers here because we get plus 10, plus 3 instead of plus 7.5, plus 3. And then we can station our horses where they get more bonuses, 6 and 4.5. This has been a largely agency-free campaign so far. I am just being tossed around by the waves. I'm swimming upstream right now. But then again, that's what happens when you start as a count. But usually it's not this bad. Chat, what is playing in the background? Nothing. I thought I heard audio, but I just turned the volume up and I don't hear anything. It's like the game is in complete silence. Oh. Oh, now I hear a song. Ally joins the war because their dad died or something. Trent is amazing this round. Well, they're losing a lot of their forces. Where's East France? Struggling. They are struggling. Bavaria Beak. Iberia is a mess. Yeah, it's a mess. The Iberia DLC is a lot of fun though. This whole campaign has been a mess since its inception. I don't think I can really do anything. I'm kind of just gonna wait around. Maybe I can help these dudes. I'm gonna try and be proactive. But we're at negative 81% war score, you know? Maybe if we go over here, who's our leader? My commander has cautious leader, minimum battle roll up, maximum down. Like if we get here fast enough to reinforce, maybe we do something, or maybe they join with me. Chad, do we have what it takes or no? I feel like if we go over here, the AI is not going to help. Where are you guys going? I also can't tell what has and hasn't really been sieged yet. The dunk, the dunk, the dunk, the dunk. Bash shields in rhythmic harmonies. When does the Hearts of Iron DLC come out? Is it Friday or Thursday? Also, Metalis, thanks for over 2 years of sub. Thanks for dropping your prime. How's it going, dude? All right, we're going to take this a little bit back. It's still 81% war score, guys. We need a decisive victory. There's a new DLC. Bro, it's a Paradox game. Is that even a question? You could just assume that there's going to be a new DLC every 3 months or so. It's pretty much on a clock. I feel like, you guys are gonna make me look this up myself. Where's Jeff when you need him? Never around. It's March 7th. In 3 days. I remember when chat was helpful and useful. Okay? But I haven't streamed in so long that maybe my memory is fuzzy. So yeah, that's on Thursday. We're 50-50. I don't know about that. Chat, you know what though? It makes sense. With the number of times you go into a stream and they go, oh my god, this game is out? And you go, no, I'm actually playing it early because I got a early access key for content creators. You know, nobody knows when release dates are because you guys just roll in and then, BAM! Hey, streamer, when does this game come out? Is it out yet? Is it out yet? Am I able to play it now? I could just simply look it up, but I choose not to. I'm going to ask in your chat instead. So you know what? That makes sense that you wouldn't know when the South America DLC for Hearts of Iron 4 is coming out. Or even simply be able to look it up. So that I don't have to derail the whole stream and go on a tangent in order to find out myself. Guys, what if we all fought together? There's 2,000 of you, 1,000 of me. We can do this. They're defending a river crossing. Oh. Chad, we got a problem here? I don't think we're gonna get away. I'm not gonna be able to escape. Oh my god. Just send your 2,000 troops over here, man. Okay, goodbye. Your defeat has tarnished your rule. You lost 50 legitimacy. Dude, the legitimacy system can suck it. I've been illegitimate since the first day I took over, man. And getting it, like, you lose. I lost a couple battles and I lose 50 legitimacy, and I win a war. How much did I even gain for the war? Like 50 as well? For doubling the size of my counties? You lost your army twice. Counterpoint, the AI chose to die individually instead of do anything useful. Now they stayed on top of their siege and then were exterminated. How is the crusade not over? Many people have died fighting for their homeland. Sometimes CK3 reminds me of The Sims, minus all of the house decoration. My primary gameplay right now is fast forward. They got this dude, and are accusing him of being evil. Gain 300 stewardship lifestyle XP, gain upset peasants for 5 years, burn him, satisfy the peasant, burn him. He was a lunatic. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna take a quick BRB while I leave the game on pause. I'll be back in just a moment. Give me 1 sec. Okay. The game is trolling him at this point? What? Gonna sneeze. I'm allergic to getting trolled by Crusader Kings. I hear rumors that Crack, the High Chieftain of Vistulania, has come to see you. He talks openly of the illegitimate chieftain who daily usurps his rightful lands. I shall write to him at once. What happened to my steward and my spy master? Anybody? Dude. How... This is the worst... I'm gonna assume the plague had something to do with this, but I don't know because I'm really not sure how many people died. Were they killed or captured during the battle? Maybe. How do you see prisoners of yours that are in other... This guy is. That's probably my steward. I don't think this dude was my spy master. Maybe he was? It doesn't tell you plague deaths. I assume only if they're directly related to you. So I have no, like, I think that is the biggest thing I would say that the disease DLC misses the mark on, is making you feel the impact. I have no tangible concept for what the plague did other than kill 6,000 unknown people. Like, I know that it killed 6,000 named characters, but I have no idea who or what. Which, if you think about it, would make sense for you to know because you know rumors of what's happening in other nations. The same way that you get events when it's on the eve of the pestilence roaming across the lands. So, I'm not really sure, like, what gameplay the plagues add other than changing what you're kind of micromanaging what your dude court physician's doing, which, you know, either do nothing or get 2% monthly lifestyle XP, I guess. But yeah, I want to know what's going on in, like, neighboring lands, and if a ruler dies, and have, like, a list of people who got killed by the plague or something. I'm sure there's got to be an event for something like if the Pope dies of the plague. Surely, something like that. But, yeah, I'd say, like, visually it looks cool roving across the screen. Because we got the disease map here. But I think we saw, like, 3 more events or something, and they were kind of out of order and didn't really align with, like, what we had already chosen to do with Seclusion. And I think the thing I keep coming back to every new Crusader Kings playthrough is every additional DLC sort of revolves around more pop-ups. And like the only new mechanic is probably what, legitimacy, and I don't really like legitimacy so far. It's kind of like just another currency. I feel like it might be late game cleanup. That's why they made it in CK2. It couldn't handle so many characters late game. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't have to have a ton of gameplay if it were like a cheap DLC. But I mean, it's $20. The base game's $25 right now on sale. Right? The base game compared to any DLC has a significant amount of gameplay. I'm just going to leave my council positions open for now. I didn't say legitimacy is too hard. I just said I don't think legitimacy is fun. Which are two very different things. I don't feel like it adds to my game experience. So chat, we found out what happens if you lose... if you lose the crusade. I think. I get it! Okay! 881 crusade against Poland. Did you know about grand tournaments? I did, yeah, I did. Isn't Plagues technically the free part? Paid DLC does legitimacy and legends? Is it? Let me see. That was the fastest game ever of Crusader Kings 3. Cursed run. Where's the patch notes? Okay. Okay, expansion features added legends, a new system that allows you to create stories based on legend seeds. Let's see. How do I show this to you? I will now find out. 1 second. We can look at this together. Did you think you would win Gamer Win on hard? I wasn't playing on hard. We've won Crusader Kings 3 countless times, yeah. Okay, here we go. Chat, sometimes I don't know what you guys are talking about when you write stuff. All right, here you go. Expansion features added legends, a new system that allows you to create stories based on legend seeds, a legend chronicler to visualize them, and special rewards. Heroic, legitimizing, and holy, 3 legend quality types, increasing the rewards upon completion and during its spread. Legend promoters, sponsors someone else at legends, added historical legends to some characters, mini events, legendary buildings, legend seeds. Don't know what those are. Just, these are words that I understand. A new dynasty legacy. See, I would want to look at that. I like the dynastic legacies, even though I could never even get a full one. Added a special Black Death event chain for when the Black Death spawns with special art, music, content, and effects. Is that part of the expansion, though? Chat just said it wasn't. But it is. 28 new character assets. This is a weird thing to go into, like, huge detail on as far as, like, I don't know. If you have a $20 DLC, I don't care about one hooded male headgear. Is this like a large... This gets more time devoted to talking about it than the Legends portion of the DLC. Alright, here's free features down there. Added a funeral activity, a legendary feast. Alright, so free features. Plagues. Some diseases will be treated as epidemics and spread throughout the map. Added many new plague events, both for when a plague is in your realm and when it's approaching. See, these were not timed correctly. We got the approaching events after it was already inside of our realm. Elderly and child health. Increased legitimacy. That's what the dynastic legacy is on. Yeah, so you have regular diseases in the free features, but you don't get the funerals, the court chronicler, and the special Black Death event chain. Yeah, I don't know if that means the bubonic plague is also there, because this has added new diseases, holy fire, bloody flux, and measles in the expansion features, not the free features. Does this list which plagues? It just says new disease game rules and special Black Death rules adjusting frequency in the free features. So I don't know. Yeah, it's a little confusing. But there's a special event chain in the paid. But maybe it was just because I was only a count, and you probably notice it more if you had a kingdom. But the whole Black Plague came and went, and I don't think, like, I don't think you would notice. Like, if you came into the stream later, you wouldn't be like, oh, did something happen here? But yeah, it's probably just because I'm a count, I guess. Yeah, there's the 3 new ones. Show me. Show me about the legends, please. Oh no. Chat, is this muted? Who muted this?
First chapter of my legend is about to unfold.
Write your own legend. No, I'm paying you to do it for me.
Of my
All right, let me see what this is.
reign shall extend far beyond our borders, and history will unveil whether they tell of prosperity or hardship.
Okay, there's your pop-up preview.
For a dark shadow looms over our lands. As darkness falls, people will fall with it. So I shall act soon. For them and my legacy.
Everybody's dead. What is it? What are we traveling for? Mourning. Mourning the dead. Going to a funeral. I mean, the funeral's a good idea for a new event. Is funeral mentioned in the where I mean it is. Yeah, the new funeral. And legendary feast and some other stuff. Get destroyed. So, chat, you're gonna laugh, but I didn't know that the result of losing the crusade was losing the game. You're gonna laugh, but I've never lost a crusade before. Like, mostly the crusades almost never even happen in my games, because this is the first time it's ever happened in the last 3 of my campaigns. Because, like, the difficulty that governs Crusades is what? Did I already pass it? Is there a difficulty? Hang on, there's a category. Is there one? I don't think there's a game rule about it. Yeah, someone in chat earlier was talking about, like, I changed a game rule and I get what I deserve or something. I don't think I changed any settings for that. But anyway, that's the earliest I've actually ever seen a crusade. The last 3 campaigns, we haven't seen any crusades, actually. So yeah, it's oddly enough, you'd think a game called Crusader Kings, I would have more experience with crusades, but no, actually. It's probably also a result of playing an 8... I always play 867 instead of 1066, because the first crusade historically was 1096. So you can see why 1066 is a popular start for a game called Crusader Kings. This one was very hard hitting. Yeah, it's very hard hitting. I agree. I started here. But yeah, apparently a crusade is you instantly lose and have all of your titles and lands revoked, which now, you know, now I know. Now I know. And sometimes that would end this sad, sad story of... Where was I? I was here. Chieftain Count Alexander. Forgiving, brave, and wrathful if you played as him again. It was over as soon as his son Finkel died. I think the loss was more because you became unlanded. I bet if you still held a title after the crusade, well, they remove all your lands and titles. That's what they were saying. That's why people were like, well, just convert to Christianity, lol. Which also, side question... Is the option to change your religion not a decision now? Is it somewhere else? It'd kind of be cool if, like, the whole Black Plague went through and killed 20% of the world's population, and everybody came together and was like, you know what? We need humanitarian aid. Funny, because I don't think you can change without massive piety. You mean, like, change my whole county's religion from the ground up? Or, like, change my character's secret faith, which was a Crusader Kings 2 mechanic? Because if you're talking about change the faith... And, like, are you talking about reforming it? It's 2,225 piety without changing anything. And you have to have, if to create a faith, 3 holy sites. You know, where am I supposed to be looking? Just click Other Faiths, top right. Okay, this is super hidden. Like, you have to go 1 secret button, 2nd secret button, 3rd secret button, 4th secret button. I never even found this screen. Okay, and that'll cost me 1,700 piety. Still a lot. My close family will convert. 0 of 0 vassals will convert. Apparently there might be an option to convert if you right-click the guy crusading you. Well, we can maybe reload. I'm curious what that looks like. This is shortly before we died. The guy crusading me is the Pope. I don't think you can just change on this screen. So chatter just made up information. But if I was to convert here, I only have 420. And then you go boom, 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 boom. The total cost 250. You are in an ongoing holy war. So, not a thing. Thanks, chat. I wanted to make sure that you understood that you can't do that. So you would have had to do it before they launched the attack at all. Okay, now you're getting desperate. Any options on the war screen? See, now you're getting desperate. Yeah, my fate was sealed. No change. Great Holy Wars and Standard Holy Wars might be different. I have converted from Holy Wars before. Yeah, this is a legit bona fide crusade, and your options are win or lose. The big kind of lose. Just start a new game, lol, I guess. Get wrecked for choosing Poland this one. Yeah, that one's locked in, but I wanted to at least check, since everyone was like, just convert, bro, making it sound so easy. I wish, like, okay, maybe in real life the Crusades never gave that option either. I don't know the detailed lore of all the Crusades, but it'd be cool if there was a way to convert. Either convert or die, but you can't convert, so die. Were rulers allowed to convert to Christianity in the Crusades? Let's find out. Let's see. Well, it's also going to be different, though, because we're pagans, and most of the lore is going to be about, like, Christian and Muslim. What was there a crusade against pagans specifically? The Northern Crusades in the 1400s. Wow, okay, so that's like 600 years after. The events of our timeline. Let's see. There ain't no way I'm gonna be able to find any of this information, but it'd be interesting. The CK3 let you send your high priest to pagan countries to try and convert them. Only if they're yours. Like, if... I don't know if you can do other people's. Literally in Poland. Anyways. Chad, I ain't gonna start a new campaign today. I'm just gonna chill and come back tomorrow. It's too soon. We did Crusader Kings campaign like late last year, and I'm not really enjoying myself. So I don't want to stretch it and find something else to do. I'm really looking forward to Hearts of Iron 4. Here's the problem. The reason I'm not enjoying it, in short, is because the diseases were one of my favorite features of Crusader Kings 2. And I was excited to see a modern take on one of my favorite DLCs flavor-wise from the second game. But it doesn't feel like a modern take to me. It kind of feels like the bare minimum that you could do to say that there's a bubonic plague. You have the overlay, you have one unique event chain, and then a death toll counter. And like I'm underselling it a little bit. Like there's some unique physician reactions and stuff. But otherwise, no effect on my actual game that we could discern. We had the entire bubonic plague spread across the world, and it kind of just felt the same after it was done, with nothing that really changed other than maybe some people were missing that we didn't know because we couldn't see who died. And there were some typos, and there was some other UI stuff, like the leaving seclusion said enter seclusion and that kind of stuff. It really doesn't seem like it updates the game state to keep you from just going to taverns and hanging out when you're supposed to be cloistered. Yeah, I think that just comes from a bunch of different people writing the events. You know, like when you watch a TV show and every episode is written by a different writing staff, and so it just feels weirdly different episode to episode? I think that's how Crusader Kings with all the DLCs feels. There's not like one voice writing taking charge of the events. So there's this sort of multitude of a variety of different writing voices that come through. And some of the events are good, and some of them are bad, and some of them are just terribly balanced because there's not one unifying like balance team doing it. It's like done paycheck to paycheck, where each DLC has different resource balancing. Like they'll apparently never ever go back to courts and fix the events in courts, in Royal Court. And so you've got these like patches of bad DLC events. Like I said I was not gonna play with the children one again, and I did. And each time there was a handful of times where I was like, this event, it kind of sucks. And I looked up, and it was Wards and Wardens. Like, Wards and Wardens, if it was removed and Royal Court was removed, the game gets actively better. I hate how CK2 had tough choices in events, and it could be a toss-up, but events in this are always one optimal option. Yeah. To RP and CK3, you have to actively just choose, like, bad things for your character. I can't remove Royal Courts because that's what adds my beloved artifacts. But yeah, the problem is it's still the same core gameplay loop of you gotta just fight everybody whack-a-mole to expand and then wait for pop-ups to appear. And I think the novelty of the pop-ups is worn off on me. It was like really fun through CK2 and the launch of CK3. And now I'm kind of just like, okay, yep, this is the feast. This is the hunt. This is the thing that I've seen a bunch. And when you remove the novelty of all of the events and you've seen them before, the actual core gameplay loop is very light. Because combat is very basic. I recently got into CK3 and this update happened, and instead of my family dying because I don't know what I'm doing, I'm dying to plague. Yeah, I love the genetics and the 3D models, and I think Crusader Kings 3 is a really good game that if you've never played, you can get, 200 to 300 hours out of between vanilla and mods. I think I'm mostly just disappointed because when I got the platform of CK3, I was super excited for what they were going to do with it to make it into a modern Crusader Kings 2 turned into 3. But I think half of the DLCs have actively made the game less enjoyable to me. And I think that the plagues are a good change, just not a $20 change, because you can get plagues for free. And I don't really care about legends, because it just looks like another court position to, like, there's already like 50 court positions to manage. Court positions were really cool in CK2, but I don't remember there being this many. I'd be curious to know how many are in Crusader Kings 2 with all the DLC. Like, I would say all the DLCs keep making everything wider without actually introducing new gameplay loop mechanics. Does CK2 have more active players than CK3? I doubt it, but Hearts of Iron has them all beat because it has the best core gameplay loop. Let's see. Like right now. For example, chat. Helldivers still going strong. Palworld's still getting 200,000 a day. Last Epoch's quieting down. Baldur's Gate still in the top 10. That's crazy. Somewhere down here, did I already pass it? There's Hearts of Iron, number 41. 40,000 or so concurrents daily. And then somewhere down here, CK3 with 26,000. So close to like 30-40% more people in Hearts of Iron. And then who am I forgetting? Europa, 18K. Europa's down here. Stellaris is somehow 4th, which is mind-boggling to me. I would have thought Stellaris was the most popular if you just asked me in a vacuum. But Stellaris is the least popular. Astral Rifts was mid. I mean, it's another story pop-up DLC. Which used to be a selling point of Crusader Kings 2, which is what's crazy. Don't ask about Vicky 3. The new DLC sucks and made the game horribly buggy. That's too bad. I think that there's some good things in the CK3 DLC. Maybe. But I don't know about $20 worth of stuff. I could take or leave Legends. It doesn't, like, just as a concept, it doesn't really appeal to me. The diseases really appeal to me, but it seems like it's kind of just like one Black Plague event chain. I think the problem is Crusader Kings waffles too much, and they just need to, like, have a direction that takes a firm stance and commit, right? Like, if you're gonna make a disease DLC, give me a freaking disease DLC with a ton of depth and simulation, and show me, like, how it's affecting the state of the game, and make it where you want to start over because it changed the landscape of your save and does so in different ways each time, right? Instead of just, like, focusing in and making a cool disease DLC, it's like, well, it's actually a Legends DLC. We have, like, diseases, but they just, like, I'm not trying to belittle what the coders did and however long they worked, but from the outside, it kind of just seems like if two squares are touching, then disease goes here to here. And that's the extent of, like, the gameplay aspect of it. Because I have no idea why we were at 45% peak resistance. You know what I mean? Like, there's a number that lets you have disease resist. I'm not sure what those numbers translate to. Like, the system is unintelligible, and you just max the number out and then hope that you don't get struck by lightning, basically, right? And then the Legends, like, I'm sure that there is some kind of system there that would be kind of interesting, where it gives you a nice description of what your character did when they were alive. But I don't know. Like, I would have rather just seen, like, a full disease DLC that actually has, like, long-term repercussions for stuff. In my opinion, Stellaris should have been Stellaris 2 at some point. What did they change? They do some core system revamps. Stellaris just needs a whole, like, Stellaris and Crusader Kings, to me, just need a combat system that is even approaching Hearts of Irons. Because, unfortunately, Crusader Kings is a game that is about combat that's not supposed to be about combat. And so there's a disconnect there. So I know it's not supposed to be about combat, but it is. And therefore it needs a good combat system. What is Hearts of Iron's combat like? It's also simulated, where you're just watching two armies fight each other, but the agency that you have in managing those fights is off the charts by comparison in terms of detail. Like, did you build forts there? Do you have air support? What kind of air support do you have? Do you simply have air superiority, or do you have actual close air support planes flying over the skies with air superiority? Have you been bombing enemy infrastructure? Not only are you fighting here, but are you actively changing the front lines? Because it's not like zoomed out the country borders, it's zoomed like into within country borders, so you can lose individual pockets, you can encircle troops, you can make decisive spearheads into enemy territory and try to loop around them to flank and surround them in order to eliminate their entire army groups. Like, it's all about combat, but it's still simulated in that paradox way, where it's like a tug of war with dice rolls, but you can just influence the dice rolls so much. Yeah, that's Hearts of Iron. It kind of ruined the other games for me, because my games always come down in Stellaris to combat and not enjoying it. Because last time we were in Stellaris, I played a full campaign, got all the way to end game, was in the final, like, 50 to 100 years of the game. The crisis had spawned, we were at war, and we did this battle, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to win this battle, and I saved beforehand, and I lost the battle. I was like, wow, I got stomped. So I reloaded the save. We did it about 10 times, and it was a literal coin flip. We didn't do anything different. We just did the same thing, threw my forces into their forces, and some of the loads I won, and some of them I lost, without me doing anything different. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm kind of done with Stellaris. Because I basically lost my campaign because I didn't roll good. But that's just me being salty, also. So you have to keep that in mind. Because I think Stellaris has the best politics. I love the Council. The Galactic Council is my favorite mechanic there. I think my favorite mechanic in CK3 is managing your, like, dynasty and close family members. So they each have a strength. You'd hate EU4 combat then. It's all random rolls. Well, it depends on how... I don't know. There's a lot of factors that go into it. But Hearts of Iron is the only one that lets you have a significant amount of control over the outcome. Because you're the one in charge of logistics. You're the one that are deciding what gun your army is holding. And whether they have enough guns. And whether your opponent is running out of guns. Like, the logistics side is not simulated in any of the other Paradox games. And that's one of the things that makes it very satisfying. Because you can be dominating, and then you didn't supply enough weapons or support equipment for your troops, and then you start losing. So it feels very, like, sequential. Like, A causes B causes C. Where when you lose, you're like, I could have done that better. Like, oh, I didn't focus on airplanes at all. Maybe next time I need to. That kind of thing. Like it just feels more tangible why you're winning. And why you're losing. And then there's also, like, an entrenchment bonus. So you can actually, like, entrench along borders. So your preparation is rewarded. Whereas in a game that's not about combat, supposedly, like Crusader Kings, you know, your dudes are here, they need to be there, and you just need to hope that you win, probably fight on a mountain on a defensive tile, and that's about the most prep you can do. And then you wait. They added a subscription option for all the DLC for Hearts of Iron? They did, yeah. They just added one for Stellaris, which pissed some people off. I'm not sure why. Stellaris is still a lot of fun. Well, maybe not still for me, but I like the idea of it. And if you haven't played it before, it's still definitely worth playing. Crusader Kings and Victoria 3 like to pretend combat isn't core to the gameplay. Yeah, I don't know about Victoria, because I haven't played it very much. But yeah, I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. We just got bullied in Crusader Kings. I did get bullied. But I don't think I'm ready for like a... Okay, let me put it like this. I don't think that there's enough stuff in this DLC for a full campaign for me. So I'm not super emotionally invested. Whereas the Iranian Intermezzo was literally a new campaign. Like it has structure. There is a goal. There is an achievement. What nation do you plan on playing in the new DLC? I don't know. Whatever grabs me while I'm there. I'll probably play like at least 3 of them. We usually go on a bit of a roll with that. I just wanted to see if I didn't know if I was ready or not for another Crusader Kings 3 playthrough, and I found the answer to it. I've been struggling with that lately, just trying to find something that I want to keep playing. Especially on stream. Off stream, it's pretty easy, dude. I'm jamming in Tarkov. Started playing some Last Epoch with Alice just casually. Playing a little Pow World every so often. There's a bunch of fun stuff that I would rather play off stream. But yeah, it's been tough to find something to want to do on stream. Hearts of Iron is going to be easy, but I'm hoping that there's some more stuff besides that. Well, we'll see, I guess. Because as it stands right now, it's 2024, chat. It's 2024. Stellaris came out in 2016. Like, I don't know. I'm starting to get a little worried because my impression is they're starting to panic a little bit at Paradox. That may be completely unfounded, but between Imperator and Victoria 3, I think Crusader Kings 3 was a spark of hope for them. But it's crazy to think Victoria 3 came out in 2022 and that they released Stellaris and Hearts of Iron in the same year, 2016. But yeah, the Tarkov streams were fun, left hand, Aegis. And then being pissed at CO for CS2. I haven't played City Skylines 2. Which is, maybe I'm part of the problem then. Can't make a million DLCs for games people don't like, so Vicky 3 is a failure on that front. It's tough. Like, Victoria 3 had all the polish. Like, it was fun to click. It was fun to move the mouse around. The user experience seemed good, but I couldn't figure out the gameplay loop. So, I struggle with that. And I couldn't get into it for that reason. But yeah, it's end of stream rant. It's not really a rant. It's just saying like, the short version is I don't think that there's enough new content to warrant like a full new campaign of CK3. But the $20 DLCs keep rolling, dude. They're having a problem with their new wave of games. People don't want to buy the same expansions they bought for CK2. Well, the problem is the expansions I don't think are iterating on the revamped deals. It's not like revamped, like chat, true or false? Who did Quartz and Relics better, CK2 or CK3? I know that it's not a true or false question. True. Second question, who, from what you've seen so far, who did Diseases better, CK3 or CK2? So I think people's problem is that they're releasing the same content. People's problem is they want to play a modernized version of their favorite content, and then when they come out, it's kind of like a, okay, I mean, this isn't as good as I remember it. And I'm paying for it, yeah. Yeah, I think that the base game, there's a lot of base game features in Crusader Kings 3 that are better, like culture. The genetics of all the people is really cool. Oh man, I missed it. Danny, and we lost. There was a crusade against Poland in the first 5 years of the game. after the bubonic plague swept over the entire world in the first 5 years. And more besides. When CK2 run, the simple truth is that I can never go back to CK2 because the UI, tooltips, quality of life, and general vibe when you're in Crusader Kings 3 is better than Crusader Kings 2. And it's not close. So it's just kind of painful having the Crusader Kings 2 game open by comparison. True. It's the same when Cities 1 and 2? Yeah, I can imagine. So going back is rough. I'm not exactly optimistic about EU5. I just hope it's not a disaster. I think that Paradox as a publisher is definitely like struggling right now. You've got Star Trek Infinite mixed reviews. Chad, did anybody play Star Trek Infinite? It wants to chime in on that. City Skylines 2 is mixed reviews. Lamplighters League, they publicly denounced. Age of Wonders did well, but only has less than 10,000 reviews, which is weird. Like, I think that's a lot, but Victoria 3 has 27,000 reviews. That's almost 3 times as much. So I think Age of Wonders got good user reviews, but people don't play it. And then there's Across the Obelisk did pretty well for just like a published game. Chat, put it like this. Across the Obelisk, the Slay the Spire like has 8,400 reviews, which is only 1,000 less than Age of Wonders 4. I remember Empire of Sin because I think we did a sponsorship on that from 2020. That came out right after Crusader Kings. CK3 and Bannerlord have to be the 2 games I had the most hope for and simultaneously worst disappointment. I try to forget Bannerlord, so let's not talk about that. Chat, does anything come out tomorrow? Is there any new release tomorrow? I'm just glad we got to see the disease in our brief CK3 run today. Very brief. I got to see it. I'm satisfied. That's all I wanted. I guess the Expeditions game comes out tomorrow. I'm going to call it now that that's going to come out to mixed reviews based on the content creators that I watched. I really wanted it to be good. I think I said I was going to go big on Expeditions. And I lied because it looked cool. But it needs an open... You can't do a Death Stranding car game without an open world. Everybody I watched said it sucked. Okay, do I know any of these people, Architect? Did anybody that I know say that that game sucks? Tomato? Tomato said it sucks. I need to see a clip of Tomato saying it sucks. It's like a dumbed-down generic version of SnowRunner. Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be cool. Dude, there's cats? Indie horror single player. Winter survival, man. Do we live in a simulation, chat? This is proof. We've run out of names for survival games. Okay. Holding that spear looks like what game? Kind of like The Forest. It looks like Ark and The Forest. Like the graphics look like Ark. That's what it is. Yeah, it's Unreal Engine. Okay, that's why. EDF 6 is on the 14th. Cool. Chat, this is why it took me so long to stream again, by the way. So I apologize for doing a repeat of the last stream, but for a different game. It's my bad. I didn't think we were going to lose in the first 3 hours of gameplay. I actually haven't ever lost a Crusader Kings 3 game. Maybe once. That's one of the only times I've ever actually game overed. So that's funny in its own sad way. We could just play Balatro. I wish I liked Balatro as much as everyone else. I think it's a nice game. I had fun with it. But once I was done with it, I was like, okay, I won one. That's all. That was cool. Nothing wrong with it. But chat, I think some of you are misunderstanding. There's plenty of games that I play for fun. I have no shortage of fun things to do. I don't have anything that's fun to stream. That's the problem. So some of you guys are like, you should play this game. It's like, well, I already have games that I like to play for fun. Because I notice there's a not insubstantial number of people who are like, just play Helldivers. Helldivers came out like 3 weeks ago, number one. Number two, how many full-time Helldiver streamers are you tuning into right now? 3, solo queuing in Helldivers for a stream. Why would you wish this upon anybody? Watching Helldivers 2 is so much more boring than just playing it. But anyway, I'm looking for new stuff. I'm just waiting for Hearts of Iron. Just waiting for Hearts of Iron. Until I'm just going to be in retirement. Until games come out that are more fun to stream. I just feel like this is a weird one. Like actually, I'm waiting for the RimWorld DLC that is not, it's all but, it may as well be confirmed. It's been enough time, Chad. Remember the last time I was like, it's time. There's going to be a RimWorld DLC. There's never going to be enough new stuff, bro. The problem is that all of the things that made plenty of content in the past are making subpar additions to them. Example A, I love X4, and I would love to start a new campaign, but the new X4 DLC looks like poop. I've played hundreds of hours of Crusader Kings, but each of the Crusader Kings DLCs, like 50% of them are like, that's kind of cool, and 50% of them are like, I'm having less fun than I had before. The new Stellaris, like, oh, Stellaris, I've played like 400 hours of Stellaris on stream, but the last couple DLCs have just been like, meh. And there's no new, they're not, instead of making new games, they're releasing content that is not interesting. Like, oh, there's a sequel to Kerbal Space Program. Oh, it's Kerbal Space Program 2. Oh, there's a sequel to City Skylines. It's City Skylines 2. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, there was plenty of stuff, but all of the follow-ups to those things have just been like, makes me pine for the days of old. What would you rate the new Crusader Kings 3 DLC out of 10? If you're a super fan, you're going to get it anyways. If you're not a super fan, then you're not really going to notice whether you have it or not. But yeah, I think the issue is there's just a bunch of like new stuff that like for me, the Sons of the Forest was worse than the Forest. As another example. And I'm sure that I could think of more if you gave me enough time. What makes a game fun to stream for you? I mean, unfortunately, it's a game that that just has the je ne sais quoi, like, addictive factor that is something that makes me want to just play in general, right? So the key to a good stream game is I have to be interested in playing it. The second thing is, usually the best stream games are games that are sandboxy in nature or have multiple ways to be enjoyed. Replayability baked in. So, like, I'll play some story games, but I'll play them because, like, I really want to play this and I don't want to do it off stream. It's like I'm going to play Death Stranding 2, whether or not chat cares about it, because it's important to me. So if it's important to me, then that takes precedent over everything else. But then if it's not important to me, then it needs to ride the line between being fun. Some replayability is nice. And then also preferably experienced in a way that everyone who plays it isn't going to experience. Like, I don't really feel like streaming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, even though I'm interested in playing it, because it's a single-player RPG. I don't feel like committing to a 100-plus hour game that chat isn't going to care as much about, because either you don't care about Final Fantasy, or if you do, you're avoiding because of spoilers, right? That kind of stuff. But the hard part, honestly, is getting me interested in the thing, because there's been some stuff that I was hopeful for that were just kind of like disappointing. Like, I had higher hopes for Stationeers, Enshrouded, Nightingale, even Pacific Drive, I would say. Pacific Drive, I don't think I'm going to finish because it just got too repetitive for me to want to, like, 100% it. It just gets, like, kind of stale. Saw that coming. Yeah, it's just too grindy. The gameplay loop doesn't necessitate that much grind. Video games suck. I mean, part of the problem is thousands of people have been laid off from their jobs. That's part of the issue. And when we have record layoffs across, like, all publishers, and games seem generally worse as in the same time period, I wonder if the two things have any relationship to one another. That doesn't mean that there's not any, you know, shining examples of fantastic or viral games. But I would say on average, it's definitely, like, worse. On average, it's worse. Like, if you just take the aggregate, things are on the decline. It's kind of like when a stock is going down, but it still has spikes. You know what I mean? Like, there's still huge spikes going back up. Do you enjoy ARPGs? Yeah, we just started Last Epoch off stream. It's okay. I haven't gotten hooked on it yet. I just, like, kind of play it casually, check it out. Trying to see what the fuss is about. Pack it up, everybody. Games have already peaked. No, it's not really like games as much. RPGs have been going off the handle, man. Between like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and people are still Baldur's Gate still in the top 10, Cyberpunk DLC, the last Final Fantasy that was what 16 or something. Like certain genres are popping off. Co-op games are doing pretty good between Pal World and Last Epoch and Helldivers. It's like co-op games are having a nice little resurgence. So that's cool. Manor Lords. We'll see about Manor Lords. Last Epoch has really good systems, but lacks content. Yeah, I haven't gotten very far in it. I started on Diablo, as did most of us. Yeah, I think fighting games are doing pretty good too. Like Street Fighter's doing great, Tekken's doing great. There's a new game by the I forget what the dev's name is that did Dragon Ball Fighters and the other ones that's coming out, that kind of stuff. But thanks to Danian for the 36 months. I appreciate the 3 years, dude. It is very nice of you. You know what's doing fantastic right now? Shogun. New episode's out, chat. Anybody watch the new episode of Shogun? Yeah, I think strategy games are and sandbox strategy and it like chat. I don't think Balatro is overrated, but when I'm about to say that roguelikes are in a rut, I mean like the Enter the Gungeon, Binding of Isaac style roguelikes. I don't remember the last good one that is like a action roguelike besides Hades. Like Hades is peak, and it's been a few years, and I guess we'll just wait for Hades 2. Sounds like Shogun Total War next stream. Dude, even Total War is in a rut. Like Warhammer 3 is maligned. Strategy games in general, it's crazy like how far let me just go to the strategy category here on Twitch. I mean on Steam. Oh, oh, here we go. Okay, I thought there wasn't a strategy category, which would have been crazy. Top sellers. CK3, it's on sale. It's good. It's a great game for $25. Civ 6 is still a top seller. It's $6? Yeah, well, there you go. Anyway, we're still buying Civ 6. I don't count Balatro as a strategy game. Nor Persona 3 Reload. I guess it's a JRPG. Age of Wonders 4. Some people in chat liked. Warhammer 3. Midnight Suns was pretty cool, but it was just full of itself. Against the Storm, RimWorld. Chat, Rogue Trader? Question mark. Came and went. Nobody's talking about this anymore. Did you guys enjoy it? 9,800 reviews? I kind of skipped it. Because I didn't really care for the demo. Classic Bloons TD. Marvel Snap! Frickin' Snap, dude. This game looked kind of neat, but they said the AI was terrible, so I didn't check it out, even though it seemed cool. Warhammer 2, still a big seller. Wizard 101. Wizard 101. Making a strategy game is hard, dude. We were eating good in 2016. Oh my god. XCOM 2, Stellaris, and Hearts of Iron. All in the same year. See, strategy was feasting then. And Total War Warhammer was 2016. Whew. We didn't know what we had, chat. We weren't aware. Kinshi was 2018. The before times. 2016 is 10 years and 2 years. I'm actually quite excited for Farthest Frontier. I liked this game a lot. It's the best Banished-like that I've played. But I'm trying to be patient until it actually hits 1.0 to go back. Because I liked it quite a lot. This was the one that impressed me the most. The Grim Dawn devs. This is the one to keep an eye on for sure if you're like interested in. It's not really a combat game though. It has combat in it. But it was super fun. Now I'm just waiting on 1.0 to really dig in. Spirit Island is a board game, video game version of it. Inscription was cool. Three Kingdoms was cool. I enjoyed that too. Terra Invicta. Oh yeah. When is Terra Invicta coming out? I actually enjoyed this. I don't know if I'd enjoy playing it again, but I did enjoy it. And I've been waiting on 1.0. Do they have like a roadmap or something? How long? For at least several months. I think it's been several months, I think. Nondescript. Three Kingdoms is still $60. I also enjoyed it, but no, yeah, there's a few that I actually think are good. I think it takes a certain kind of person to enjoy Terra Invicta, and I am that person. But there's a couple that I'm like just waiting patiently. So it's not that dire. It's just all the new ones. $3K may be my favorite Total War. Three Kingdoms is excellent, yeah. I enjoyed it a lot. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, chat. You ever run out of soap, like hand soap? And so you put water into the soap container to try to get the rest of the soap down there, and then you kind of like, and it's just like kind of watery soap, but it's still soap, so make sure you get all of it. That's the point that I think we're at with a lot of these games that are still getting DLCs. I think Crusader Kings and Stellaris and Hearts of Iron have just started pumping water into the bottom of the soap, trying to get the last bits out of there. And we've just hit that point where it's time to go back to the store and get a new soap dispenser. Which ostensibly was what Crusader Kings 3 was supposed to be, but it was like getting the soap dispenser and then realizing that it had like a terrible smell on it afterward, you know? Like it's still soap, like it works, but what is that? or like the top fell off and it like spilled out. And the soap wasn't supposed to go that fast. All right, this analogy is getting stretched a little thin. The Forza devs did that with an entire entry to the franchise. The good news, chat, is that the year is still young. We've only been through 2 months, okay? I got plenty of time to find something that's... Like, my goal for 2024 is to have a game that I play for 2 weeks straight. I'd love more. But that's it. That's where I'm setting my sights. I want a game to be like, ooh, this is fun. We're going to play this for the next 2 weeks at least. And just every day, I'm like, yeah, let's start early. Let's go, baby. But we're being patient. Star Sector was almost 2 weeks. Star Sector was like, I wasn't passionate about it, but I was having enough fun to stream and play. That was like passing time for me. You know, I wasn't upset or miserable. I was having fun until the end, until the final stream. And the first two streams were also bad, I guess. But there was some good times there. I want like something that I can be proud of instead of like turning off the stream and being like, "Oh, did I rant about the state of games again today?" I need a game to just come and sweep me off my feet, make me forget about all that. Yeah, I guess Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is coming out, but after Kerbal and Friends and City Skylines, I'm having my reservations. But also it never fails when I'm like, I need a new game to come and sweep me off my feet. And chat's like, well, what if you played old game again? Have you thought about that? What if Slay the Spire? There's no reason to play Slay the Spire ever again. Because there's 24 games that are Slay the Spire, but different. RimWorld is the only old game that I'm excited to play again, but I need new content before I commit. I'm not going to give my heart to a new campaign and get emotionally invested only for a DLC to be announced imminently, which I think it will be. At some point in the near future, it's time. Whatever they're doing, their time is up. I know that they're doing things. I know they are. October 21st, 2022 was Biotech. July 21st, 2021 was Ideology. That's a year and 3 months apart. Almost exactly. Now, royalty to Ideology was about a year and 5 months. So, right now, it has been October, November, December, January, February, March. It has been a year and 4 months since Biotech. It stands to reason that based on past events, the George R.R. Martin clause notwithstanding, that based on previous releases, if we make it to November, December, January, February, March, April, October to November to December to January to February to March to April. If we make it to April 24th of this year with no DLC in RimWorld, it will happen the longest period of time without new content since before royalty. Or, well, actually, hold on. RimWorld 1.0. RimWorld 1.0 was October 2018. I believe. So October 2018 was exactly November, December, January, February. 1 year, 4 months. So yes, it will be the longest. It was 1 year, 4 months between 1.0 and royalty. 1 year and 5 months between royalty and Ideology, and then 1 year, 3 months to Biotech. So if it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just time. They have a clear cycle that's on display. 1 year, 3 months to 1 year, 5 months. Somewhere in there. Every single RimWorld new content has been about that much time. And the clock is done. Like, the 24th of this month is like a year, 4 months. So we're right in the window. So I'm not going to start a new campaign until, like, you know, if there needs to be an announcement that there won't be any more content, and then I'll leave it alone. Is this game like Civ? Not even close. But also, we're wrapping up Tarantino. I lost the campaign in record time. This game is more similar to Stellaris or Hearts of Iron if you've played any of those. Otherwise, or Europa. But no, they're definitely not done with RimWorld. Tinus the kind of person to say that they're done with RimWorld if they're done with RimWorld. I think that they'll let everybody know when they're done. I think that they are working on a new game, but I don't think that they're stopping on RimWorld. I'd be very surprised. All right, gamers. I want to stream again tomorrow. Now I gotta find something else to do. So, that'll be my problem. While you guys, I'm sorry for the terrible Crusader Kings campaign today. It's been a rough year. It's a rough start to March. There's a lot of streams left to go in 2024, okay? We got time to fix it. Or at least that's what I'm going to tell myself. So, I am going to send you guys on an end of stream raid. Let's go say what's up to Arch, who's playing stuff and is playing some Pacific Drive. I did enjoy Pacific Drive whilst I was playing it. It was fun to play. It just got grindy after a long time. But thanks for showing up anyways. Thanks for watching. It kind of didn't seem like you guys disagreed that. Maybe the people who disagreed with what I was saying just left rather than disagree. And I'm just left with a bias. But I don't think that there were too many people saying, you fool, the DLC is actually full of unique and interesting content that is warrant you going back and trying again. It kind of seemed like you guys were like, yeah, that was whatever. So hopefully I explained my reasoning well enough. But also, it's a new DLC. People want to know what the thoughts are, and that was what I think. That was what I think. I think I'm ready for the Hearts of Iron DLC. I hope it's good. Hopefully we get a no step back and not a battle for the Bosporus. On the tier list, this is an F. I wouldn't say F. I'd say like C-. It's just kind of like you won't notice it really that much. But it's $20, which is a lot of money. All right. I'll see you guys over at Arch, who plays stuff. Have a good raid. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, hopefully. Good night. Goodbye.